Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to NEPA's CSEC seminar. And as you know, we're here to learn, we're here to have fun, we're here to ask questions. So I'm unfortunately unable to see the chat, but I do hope that for those who are online, we can, spice it up a little bit by showing some emojis in the chat. Just to introduce yourselves, put the name of your school and where you're from in terms of the parish so that we know that you are here, you're live, and you are online with us. As mentioned, welcome again, and my name is Trishana Barkley, and I will be your moderator for today. So, as you know, we are in February, and we thought it very prudent to ensure that we equipped you with the correct information and skills necessary for you to complete your geography SBA for CSEC. Now, on our line of program today, we have a whole host of experts as well as persons who will help you to ensure that you're on the right path to completing your geography SBA syllabus. Now, I would like to take the time to go through the program. Let's go. So first on our program is Charlotte Thomas, and she is our senior librarian from NEPA. She will go through the access to NEPA's resources, and these resources are available to you. Ms. Charlotte will go through extensively how you can access the resources that are at NEPA, but also how we can offer any other support to you to ensure that you are completely completing your geography SBAs. Second on the program today is Mr. Douglas Brown, and he is the acting coordinator in the Air Quality Management branch within NEPA. After Mr. Brown, we will have the lovely Shanali Thomas, who is the Chief Scientific Officer from the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, and she will go through a whole host of wonderful stuff. I guarantee you that you will learn something, and it will definitely be informative. After Miss Shanali Thomas, we will have a small break, followed by Mrs. Sophia Roden. Now, Mrs. Sophia Roden is the Sophia, my apologies. Mrs. Sophia Roden is the coordinator within the National Integrated Watersheds Management Program. Now, again, we are going to have lively discussions. It's going to be informative. It's definitely going to leave you wanting more. And I guarantee you that you have all chance to ask her your questions if there is any. After Mrs. Roden, we will be followed by Janelle Brown, and she is the environmental officer within the ecosystem management branch within NEPA. And Janelle is somebody that you can definitely learn a thing or two from. So don't be afraid, don't be shy to make notes and ask your questions. Now, that will conclude. Janelle would be the last person to conclude all our presentations from NEPA, and we will be followed by an expert within our field. When I say expert, this is somebody who, she is a part of CSEC, a part of CAPE, and she can definitely tell you whether or not you are on the right track when it comes on to completing your SBAs. Now, we're here today, and I'm saying this to you. We're not looking for a 2, we're not looking for a 3, we're not looking for a 4 or 5 or ungraded in this SBA. We're only looking for 1s, all right? So with this young lady, Mrs. Kenisha Brown Russell, I am telling you, ask all your questions. Ensure that you are clear in what you need to do to complete your SBA. Because remember, we're working towards ones. Maybe just a two, but it's really ones we want in these SBAs. All right. So with Mrs. with Mrs. Brown Russell, I'm telling you, ask your question. She marks these papers. So if you want to ensure that you're getting this one, you have to ask your questions. You have to ensure that you leave with clarity and not any sort of reservations. All right? And Mrs. Brown Russell will be our last presenter, after which we'll definitely conclude. But let me say this, lovely people online. I'm unable to see you, so it's kind of, a different feel for me. I am imploring you, today is the day where you must, you shall, you should ask all your questions as it relates to the different subject areas. Remember, I don't want anyone to leave without any sort of reservation, without any sort of confusion. These are experts within their field, and as such, these are the right persons that you should be asking all these questions as it relates to the subject area that they're presenting on. Now, again, welcome for those who just came online once more. I am Trishana Barkley, and I will be your moderator. Now, as I have gone through the program, I would want you to get a little niceness. So, before we start our program officially, I am introducing my manager, Mrs. Hamilton, who is the Public Education and Corporate Communication Manager at the National Environment and Planning Agency. Welcome, Mrs. Hamilton.
Thank you, Trishana, for such a nice welcome to our students. I want to say good morning to all our students and all our teachers out there. Thank you so much for joining us. So this NEPA CSEC Geography webinar is an important event on the NEPA's calendar. This is our 8th staging, and we are so delighted to put this on for our students. We believe that this is one of our corporate social responsibility, one of our duties to help our students out there. So this morning I'm here to bring you greetings on behalf of the agency, and I want to take this time to thank all the persons who are responsible for putting this thing together. Our document center team, led by Miss Charlotte Thomas, I want to thank you for putting this thing together. As I said, we are delighted to be hosting you with this event. Initially, when we started a few years ago, this was a face-to-face activity. However, with COVID-19, we have chosen to deliver the sessions online. By all accounts, these sessions have been useful and effective over the years in preparing students for their SBAs and their external CSEC exams. The mandate of NEPA is to manage and protect Jamaica's natural and built environment. Now, this is a very important responsibility that the agency has, especially at this time in our global history, when last year, summer was the hottest since global record-keeping of temperatures began in 1880. Now, I'm sure some of you felt the heat. It was really hot. Now, hot temperatures, drought, severe flooding, bleached corals, and rising sea levels are just some of the effects that we're going to face with global warming. Now, another negative impact on our environment is garbage, improper disposal of garbage. And this is something that we face as a country. Now, much of the garbage that we face find their way into the water bodies, and plastic garbage take numbers of years to break down, find themselves into the sea, into the fish, and ultimately into our bodies, and causing severe negative impact on our health. So you may wonder why I'm bringing this up. Well, this CSEC webinar is not just about helping you to do your SBAs well or helping you to pass your CSEC external exam. This webinar is also about helping to win your heart and your mind in the fight to secure, protect, and take care of our environment. We want you to partner with us in making a difference, in being part of the solution, in helping to safeguard Mother Earth, your home. We want you to make a difference. As I said, we want you to succeed in your exam and in your SBAs, but ultimately, we want you to be on board with us in protecting the environment. You know, we are gratified that we have so many students participating. Not all of you are online yet, but I know many students have registered, and we want to encourage everybody to come online so that you will benefit from what we have in store for you. As our moderator mentioned earlier, we have a wonderful program lined up for you, and I want to implore you to pay close attention. I want to implore you to take notes, as she indicated, and urge you to do. Be prepared with your questions. Make the most of this opportunity. Again, I want to thank you for allowing us to be able to serve you in this way. I wish you all the best in your SBAs, and not just for geography, but also for the rest of your exams. Be very focused and be part of the solution for tomorrow in order to make Jamaica a better place. Thank you, and have a great time.
Powerful speech from Mrs. Hamilton. In the chats, once more, I'm asking you, can we get some emojis? I know that we're very tech savvy, you know. So I'm asking you, you know, once something touches you, you can drop an emoji within the chat. We don't mind. All right? So with that said, I hope that you left with a message from Mrs. Hamilton. She mentioned that it's not just about the SBA that we're asking you to complete, but it's also joining NEPA in a partnership to protect and preserve our environment. Because remember, if you don't start now, we'll be in bigger problems in years to come. Now, we're continuing on our program, and I will give you an overview of what the seminar entails. All right? We're following? Let me know if you're following. All right? So, the NEPA CSEC Student Seminar is aimed at providing participants with information and resources with the completion of CSEC School-Based Assessments for the sciences. Now, one of the things with the seminar is that it also contributes to one of the agency's core function, which is public education and outreach. And guess what? I'm a part of that. Now, this will be our 8th staging of the seminar, which has previously been held in Kingston and St. Andrew. Kingston and St. Andrew people, can I hear you? All right. Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James. For the last 3 years, though, we have gone virtual, and we understand why. It was as a result of COVID, but nonetheless, we would have gotten the support from the many schools that benefited from the seminar. Now, while the webinar has gone virtual, it has opened up us to other schools. Because, you know, when we're in a smaller space, we can only accommodate so much and no more persons. However, once we're online, you know, everybody can join in from their neck of the woods. Not just that, but we also had teachers, students, as well as schools participating in our virtual webinar. And this was made available to students who are in the 4th and 5th form with an interest in learning about, one, the types of resources that is available from NEPA's agency to assist them in their preparation for CSEC SBA papers. 2, how to access and use the available resources. Let me say this to you. It's one thing to access them, you know, but you see, sometimes we don't get the hands-on experience as to how to utilize them. This seminar today will give you a breakdown as to how to, one, access the resources and how to use them. Remember, we're aiming for 1s, not 2s, not 3s, not 4s. All right? And then the final thing is that we want to allow you to understand the work of NEPA. You may say, oh, NEPA is just noted for hosting these webinars. But trust me, you will have a better understanding and appreciation of the work that NEPA does. So in essence, that is an overview of why we started the seminar and the impact that it has had on those who benefited. With that said, I am moving into our next area of focus, which is just some housekeeping matters. Now, as we are online, you know, there are certain things that we want you to understand and know so that we have a smooth flow of our program today. Now, as you are aware, we are using Affinity, and we are asking you that even though you do not have a mic, you are still able to type in the chat any questions that you have. That's the first matter of housekeeping. Remember, we're monitoring our chats from our end, so we'll ensure that the presenter is able to answer your question. And please, don't kill us if we bypass your questions and it doesn't get answered. Just ensure that, you know, you keep asking the questions so that we're seeing it. Because sometimes what happens is that the chat is moving so quickly that we're unable to see all the messages. But I guarantee you, please, 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 just ensure that you type in the chat if you have any questions, concerns, or queries. All right? Another housekeeping matter is that we will have a poll just before the presenter starts their presentation. Now, the poll is just to gauge what do you know about the subject area and also how you feel about it. Now, I want you to be very honest. I want you to be honest with your polls so that we can know whether or not we're making an impact. And please note that at the end of the program, we will be sending to your emails another poll and evaluation for you to give us feedback as to how you felt about the day's proceeding and what we can improve and what we can, you know, probably fix upon the next time around. So I'm asking you all of this because we want it to benefit others next year. If we don't get these recommendations and feedback, then we will think that what we're doing is working. And we don't want to go back home and say, why, NEPA didn't even make no sense. Them have we on line all day, and why, it not connect. So your feedback is very, very, and I say very important. All right? Next housekeeping matter. We will have a break around 10 a.m. to facilitate some changes around internally. And during this time, you can definitely take a bathroom break if it is your lunchtime or your snack time, you can definitely grab a bite and come right back. Remember, it's only 10 minutes. So I don't want people coming in at 11 o'clock and saying, oh, you start without we. Remember, it's just 10 minutes. Bathroom break, snack break. Got it? Excellent. Now, a final housekeeping matter is on the site, you will see a section that states feature post section. And feature post section has an heading called NEPA seminar. I'm asking you as we go along today to give your feedback. And this is separate and apart from the poll that we're asking. You see why we're asking for feedback? It's important to know what we're doing, if it's working, if it's connecting with the audience, if we need to revamp, if we need to, do something new. I'm asking for your feedback. So again, with this area, it is called featured post section, and it states NEPA seminar. Under that, you can click and you can provide your feedback. So if you think a presenter was excellent, definitely share that. If you think there's a subject area that we maybe can look at another time, definitely share that. If there's something that you think needs improvement, I'm asking, please, to share that as well. All right? With that said, I am going to introduce our first presenter of the day. This lovely lady I have the pleasure of working with. Her name is Miss Charlotte Thomas. She is the senior librarian at the National Environment and Planning Agency. Now, Miss Thomas, she is the senior librarian at the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre at NEPA. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Language, Communication and Society and a Master's of Library in Information Study from the University of the West Indies. She has experience in the fields of teaching, customer service, and librarianship. Her area of specialization includes working with special collections, cataloging and classification, research and reference work. Her professional interest includes information literacy and information management. In addition, she has a passion for advocacy and national development. Please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Charlotte Thomas.
Thank you. Welcome again to our seminar. And I'll just jump right into my presentation to get out of the way. So, as mentioned, I am the senior librarian at the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. And before I get into my presentation, I just want to go through the objectives with you. So my objectives here would be to outline NEPA's roles and functions, the services that we offer at the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre, and some tips on how you can conduct research. All right, so NEPA, which is the National Environment and Planning Agency, has some core functions which you may know or you may not know, so that's why you're here today. So it would be conservation and protection. We do applications management, we do environmental management, we do compliance and enforcement, we do spatial planning, policy and research, and we also do public education, as we're doing here today. There are some resources that we have available that you can access, and you can also access this in doing your SBAs or if you have other research or for persons going off to university. So we have documents and resources that covers climate change, coastal degradation, coral reef reports, monitoring reports, water quality reports, air quality reports, maps, deforestation, parish profiles, environmental impact assessment. We also have policies, standards, and laws and regulations and guidelines to guide everything that we're doing at NEPA, right? And we also do the state of the environment reports. We also have a newspaper collection where we do newspaper clippings. We do have them also on our website, and I'll get into that further. So in order to access resources, there are different locations that you can go. So you can use our website, which is a very useful tool, as we have a lot of information on our website. We have other libraries and information partners. In the event that we're not able to assist or we don't have the information that you're looking for, we're able to guide you to one of our partners. And there's also what is called the Access to Information Act, and I'll go into that further on. So I just want to also go through briefly some of the services that we offer in the library, which is the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. We do referrals. As I was mentioning before, about referring you to our partners if we don't have what you're looking for readily. We have our newspaper clipping. We have some that are electronic and manual, and we also facilitate interviews. However, as it relates to the interviews, you would have to send us in writing the questions, and we ask that you do this way ahead of time because it takes time for us to process it, and we have to get it through to our technical officers. And so usually it takes up to about 2 to 3 weeks for that process because we have to get the information, assess whether or not it's something that falls within or purview, and do the necessary paperwork to get back to you. So ensure that as it relates to the interview, you're not doing it today for tomorrow because it takes time, okay? We also have Wi-Fi services. We do reprographic service like photocopying and scanning, those kinds of things that you would find in a regular library, right? Even though we're a special library. We also, as an agency, deal with water quality testing and their maps. So once it is that you contact and you indicate what it is that you're looking for, we ask that you try to be clear and concise so that we can direct you. So we may not necessarily have that specific information in the library, but we facilitate the dissemination. So we reach out to our technical officers and the different departments to assist you in getting the information. And I can't stress enough sending the information on time. So if you know that you have a month to do the assignment, ensure that you're not waiting until the last part of that to send us the query, because then it may be that you're not able to get it within a timely manner because it takes time for us to reach out to the relevant departments. Now, in accessing our resources, you can contact us. There are several ways in which you can contact us. You can contact us by telephone, and as you can see, our telephone number is on the screen, which is 876-754-740, and you can also contact us via email. All right, so our email address, this is our documentation center email. It is doccenter, and as it says, it's 1C, so it's DOCENTRE, doccenter with 1C at nepa.gov.jm. And you can also contact us. You can also go to our website. All right, so moving along, I have a few tips I want to give as it relates to writing your SBAs. And this is why we're all here, front and center, right? So ensure, firstly, in order for you to even adequately do your SBA, you have to firstly understand what is required of you. So if you don't understand what is required of you, I recommend that you reach out to your teacher or whomever to find out specifically, to ensure that you understand what is required of you. Create a checklist, right? To say, okay, now that I know what I should do, all right? So I'm going to create a checklist to be like a map as to how you're going to get this done, right? So you create a checklist to say, okay, I'm going to start off with my objectives, I'm going to narrow down my topic, and so forth, and then you go based on that checklist, right? Ensure that as you go along the way, whatever it is you're doing, whether writing, drafting, ensure that you proofread multiple times or even get someone to read it over for you, because sometimes, you may miss a thing or two, right? Also, as I was mentioning earlier, create an action plan. Ensure that you check your timelines, because that is important. Because I'm sure that you have a date that you have to submit those SBAs by, right? Ensure that you prepare multiple drafts so that you can get the adequate feedback. So in draft 1, okay, let me check on that. Okay, I made a mistake right here. And the second draft, the third draft, and each draft being better than the first or the previous, right? And this is something that I recommend not just to students, but to anyone that has work that they're doing. Have a backup, right? You know what they say, anything can go wrong, will go wrong, especially with the last minute. So ensure that you have backups, have copies of your work, even in the cloud, because, we don't want our computer to crash right when we're supposed to submit, right? And ensure that you find out as to how you're required to cite your sources. And that would be like the bibliographic portion. So if you're quoting somebody, if you use somebody's work, ensure that you're citing those persons. Ensure that you check with your teacher or the syllabus to see what is required as it relates to that. And these are our contact information as I have gone through with you earlier. And so going through as well, just to give you an idea of some of the work that we do here, because we are the documentation center and we get a lot of persons asking information from all over. So while we are not in the technical aspect, we facilitate persons meetings. So we're like that connecting tissue. So we here at the Documentation Center connect you with the information that you need. So we connect you with our technical officers. So some of our beach erosion monitoring sites, these are the location and the parishes as seen on the screen. We have Bluefields in Westmoreland. We have Burwood in Trelawney, Fonthill in St. Elizabeth, Jackson Bay, Clarendon, Long Bay, Portland, Palisadoes, Port Royal, Kingston, and we have Negril areas sharing between Hanover and Westmoreland. Right, so we have some air quality reports that have been produced by the agency, and we have some of these on our website. So if you go to our website, there is a search option, and you can type in the information that you're looking for, and once it is that information is available on the website, it should come up. There are different areas for what it is you're looking for. So we have produced air quality reports for Washington Garden. We have done Spanish Town Road, Portmore, Spanish Town, Mandeville, Montego Bay, Constant Spring, Maypen, and Crossroads. All right, so those are some of the air quality reports that we have done and that you can find. We have also done maps, and these are the type of maps that we have available or have done work on, and we have air quality emission sources, beaches, which would be both public and private. We have done garbage dumps or landfill, which would fall within the solid waste management watershed, We have done NWC wastewater plants. We have done water quality monitoring sites and status. And we have done water quality, which would be both freshwater, marine, fecal, coliform, and so forth, right? And we have done the state of Sandy Bay beaches monitored by NEPA, and we have also done freshwater biochemical oxygen demand levels. And so, getting to the crux of the matter for us here at the Documentation Center. So we do have a library management system that we use in the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Center. If you go to our website, there is a section that has the Under services, you will see a section that says the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. There is an option that says view or catalog, right? And once it is that you select that option, and what you're seeing on my screen now is an example of us doing like a search for you to see. So just as how you would do in like Google, you know, you put a search term in for what you're looking for and it populates the information. So in this case, we were doing a search for coral reef. And so that was the result that we got for coral reef. So if you go to our website and go to the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre to view our catalog and search, so you can search if you're looking for a development order, if you're looking for an environment impact assessment, whatever it is you're looking for, once it is that we do have that in our collection, you should get a result of. Just as how you would see right here, based on coral reef, there was a return of 218 results. So it will tell you what the results are, and you can scroll down to select, based on what you see, what it is you're interested in. And also, as I had mentioned at the beginning of my presentation about the Access to Information. So the Access to Information Act, some things that you would want to request from us at the Documentation Center, we may not be readily able to provide. But what we would recommend sometimes, we would recommend for you to do an Access to Information request. However, this also takes some time. Initially, it may take up to 30 days for processing an Access to Information request. So again, I cannot stress enough to ensure that you're doing all of this in a timely manner to give you time to get the information you need. So the Access to Information Act, it was passed in June of 2002, and it gives citizens and non-citizens and institutions the right, the general legal right to access official government documents, right? There are some restriction in a sense depending on what you're looking for, if it is in regards to national security and so forth. But in general, it gives you the right to access information that you would not have been readily able to access, right? And you can put your request in by written, so you can do a written request, walk in, you can complete the application form, you can do it by email or telephone. If you come to our offices though, we would ask you to fill the form out. And if you also go on our website and if you use that search option that I explained earlier to type in Access to Information, you will see that information coming in. And if you were looking at the screen to the side, you will see the menu as it relates to Access to Information, and it is called ATI for short, right? All right, and so moving along. So for the information that we're not able to assist with, as I'd mentioned at the top of my presentation, we have partners that we work with. And these, as you can see, is a list of our partners that we can refer you to, right? So we partner with the Government of Jamaica portal, and we do partnership with the Institute of Jamaica. We do partnership with Jamaica Open Data if you want to get data stats, and for climate change and environment information or mineral resources information that we don't have, we refer you to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation or Mines and Geology Division, as you can see. And for monitors of river and groundwater, we recommend that you speak with the Water Resources Authority. So once you contact us and we see that, okay, based on what you're asking for, one of our partners would be better able to assist, we would refer you to them for them to further assist you. And so I want to say thank you for coming along with me throughout my presentation. I just want to leave a bit of food for thought here for you today. And I want you to know that Google is not a synonym for research, and this is me quoting Dan Brown from The Last Symbol, and also letting you know that research is creating new knowledge. This is Neil Armstrong, and so yes, you're coming here to learn from us, but each one teach one. We can all learn from each other. And so, also another one I want to leave with you, which is one of my favorites. The more that you read, the more things you will know, the more that you learn, the more places you will go. So you don't necessarily have to physically go. You can take your imagination there. And again, I must say thank you for coming to our webinar today. I'm going to now hand over to our moderator, Ms. Barkley. Thank you.
Oops. Sorry about that. Guys who are online, can we give Miss Thomas a round of applause? We know the emoji is present, so you can drop them in the chat. Now, one thing Miss Thomas did not mention was a poll. Remember, I stated that before every presentation, we are going to be dropping a poll that will pop up on your screen, and we're asking you to complete. Now, the poll will be on your screen in 3, 2, 1. I hope them not disappoint me, you know. Can you hear me a countdown? So it should be on your screen, and I'm asking you to just answer as honestly as you can so that we can gauge your responses and know what we can do better. Remember, please remember that before each presenter comes, we're asking you to complete. So the next one will come before Mr. Brown comes up to present. All right? So this is also something that we're doing to ensure that you're by your screens. So you're not just listening, but you're watching. You're engaged in what we're doing here. Got it? Excellent. Now, I would like to take this moment to big up. I say big up because these are some of the schools that we see, and we thank you so much for being online with us this morning. You could have been anywhere else, but you're here with us this morning. From big up yourself. Excellent for being here. New Forest High, welcome, 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 welcome. Green Island, thank you for joining us. Discovery Bay High, I like what I seen, And Christiana High, Manchester people representing, welcome. For the other schools, you can definitely drop the name of your schools in the chat, and me be gonna up, yeah. It's just the names of the schools that I would have seen. Some are just names, but if you want to change your name from your name to the name of your school, I welcome that. Or you can just simply state the school that you're representing. Now, we're moving along in our program, and I do hope that Ms. Thomas' presentation definitely gave you some insight as how to access and utilize the resources that are at NEPA. Remember this, it's not just about using the information, but we want to ensure that you are using the information correctly. Remember, she's always here to assist, so drop her an email, contact us on our social media platforms, and we can definitely assist where necessary. With that said, we will move into our next presentation. Now, Mr. Douglas Brown, he's our next presenter. Mr. Douglas Brown received his education and training in natural resources and environment management. He has received further training since joining the National Environment and Planning Agency to enhance his skill sets. Mr. Brown has been in the air quality management branch for approximately 7 years. So that means that he have experience. Big up yourself, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, during this period, has interacted with most aspects of air quality management that is governed by NEPA. He believes that air quality management is very important to the development of our nation and is happy to serve the agency in his capacity. Help me welcome Mr. Brown as our presenter. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. I can't hear you. I know you don't have a mic. I just want to ensure that you are wide awake and you are tuned into my presentation. So, as Ms. Trishana said, I am the Acting Air Quality Coordinator in the Air Quality Management Branch. I've been there for 7 years. We have a relatively young team, but we are expanding our wings. So today we look at air quality and air quality management. Air quality management is an important issue nationally and globally because of the impacts that air pollution has on people and the environment. So just getting into the presentation. All right. So this is the rundown of my presentation today. I will look at the definition of air pollution, air pollutants, air quality, some common types of air pollutants, some sources of air pollution, how weather affects air pollution, some of the effects of air pollution, and how NEPA manages air pollution, as well as some data trends that we have been picking up from the monitoring that we do of air pollutants, ways to limit or prevent air pollution, and ways to protect ourselves from the impacts of air pollution. All right, so what is air pollution? This is the technical definition of air pollution. It is any activity which emits a substance into the air that results in a change to its normal composition and degrades or impairs its quality. In other words, it is the release or input of substances into the air that are not usually found in the air or in quantities that are not usually there. And air pollutants are those substances which are released into the air that are not usually there. Air quality is a measure of how clean or how polluted the air is. So it's a determination of the levels of the pollutants that are in the atmosphere. So there can be good air quality and there can be poor air quality. One indication of good air quality is being able to see through the atmosphere for a good or a considerable distance ahead of you. As you can see on the screen, there are two pictures there which contrast what a good air quality is versus poor air quality. Some common types of air pollutants are, the major types of air pollutants are solids, which we call particulate matter. And at NEPA, we measure for different sizes of particulate matter. So it's solid. The sizes, well, the unit that we use to measure for these is called micrometers, or microns for short. The largest type is called total suspended particulates. There is particulate matter size 10 microns, or PM10, and the smallest size that we monitor for is particulate matter size 2.5 microns. And the smaller the size gets, is the more impactful it can be on the body. And this is what it looks like. Compared to a human air strand, TSP, or total suspended particulate, is about roughly the same size of a air strand, while the smaller sizes can fit multiple times within the size of a air strand. So you can imagine some of these particulates are barely visible or even invisible to the naked eye. So you can imagine these particulates can get into your lungs and even into your bloodstream and cause major damage on your organs. Another type of pollutant is gases. There are a few types that we monitor for: sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and ground level ozone. Some of these may not be visible, like nitrogen dioxide, but they are still there. The two main sources of air pollution are man-made sources, or the technical term is anthropogenic sources, and natural sources. So man-made sources are those activities that we carry out on a day-to-day basis to provide, to meet our needs, but also these sources release byproducts, which include air pollution. So driving vehicles, producing energy, mining bauxite are just some of the activities that release significant amounts of air pollutants into the atmosphere. Open burning of garbage, tires, etc. also is a major source of air pollution in Jamaica. On the natural side, the sources can include forest fires that start spontaneously or without persons lighting them. There is volcanoes, which release large amounts of particulates and gases into the atmosphere. And there is also dust that is generated naturally. A few years ago, I think it was back in 2020, we had a large plume of Saharan dust which came from the continent of Africa and traveled all across the Caribbean and even into North America, which affected visibility and affected the health of a number of persons here. So you can just imagine the impact of air pollution from that. The weather affects air pollution in various ways. So the different elements of weather: rainfall, wind, temperature, sunlight affects air pollution. Rainfall interacts with pollutants in the air and removes some of it. So that effect is called scrubbing, or cleaning the pollutants from the atmosphere. The wind, which is a force, or for those of you who do physics, is a vector, meaning it has magnitude and direction. So because it has a force, it moves the pollutants through the atmosphere. So when the wind is high, or where the wind is high, the concentration of pollutants, or the amount of pollutants, is usually low. And where the wind is low, the concentration of the pollutants are usually high. And the direction in which the wind moves is usually the direction in which pollutants are transported. So there's a direct link between the concentration of pollutants in the atmosphere and the strength of the wind. Temperature also affects pollutants. So when the sun shines, it heats up the ground, and the air next to the ground, the heat from the ground is transferred to the air next to the ground, and the air rises, taking with it air pollutants. And as it rises, the air pollutants are dispersed, and hence the concentration becomes less. When it's cold, the opposite happens. The air doesn't rise as much, and hence the pollutants tend to stay in the same place, and the concentration increases or remains what it is. Sunlight also affects air pollutants. Some of the pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and volatile organic compounds interact with sunlight to form another form of pollutant called photochemical smog that is even stronger or more impactful to the body than the pollutants that form it, or what we call the precursor pollutants. So air pollution, of course, can have significant impacts on the human body. These impacts includes worsening certain health conditions such as asthma or other respiratory illnesses. It is linked to some cancers, it disrupts some normal body functions, and it is linked to some infections. Because particularly the solid pollutants, they can transfer small microorganisms which can cause these infections. Air pollution also affects the environment. So when pollutants such as the gases, including sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide, gets emitted into the atmosphere, it stays there and interact with water vapor and rainfall. And when rainfall happens and removes these pollutants, it can make water sources acidic, it can make the soil acidic. The solid pollutants as well can cover the surfaces of plants, buildings, and even affect the pH of the soil. So the impacts of pollutants cover a wide range of receptors or areas. It can also reduce visibility. So I'll take your mind back to 2020 when we had the Saharan dust intrusion. You couldn't see very far ahead of you because of how thick the concentration of the particulate matter was. It also has monetary impact or economic impact. So imagine persons getting sick from air pollution. They will have to be taken to the doctor, so that will cause spending. When they are sick, they cannot work as much, so that affects productivity, which affects the amount of income that can be generated. So the government will have to spend more on the healthcare system, and less money will be coming in from productivity. So you can see that the impact is very clear there. It may also reduce crop yields. So when the leaves which respire and produce food through photosynthesis are not able to carry out their function as well, then the yield will decrease, and of course the income generation that come as a result of the productivity. So why should we care? So as I said at the beginning, air pollution has been noted to have a significant impact on people worldwide. It has been linked to millions of premature deaths. So it is imperative that we take action to limit the amount of air pollutants that we generate, and also to protect ourselves from the impact that it can have on us. And the government of Jamaica, through the Natural Resources Conservation Authority and the National Environment and Planning Agency, has been taking action to limit the impact of air pollution on us. And so they have developed a number of legislation, which includes the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Regulations 2006, specifically the air quality regulations, which has standards for the concentration of pollutants in the atmosphere or the ambient air, as well as stacked standards. So stacked there meaning chimneys or those structure that is you'll see attached to factories or plants that generate energy, which release the pollutants into the atmosphere. And so these are the standards that are in the regulations. So there are standards there for how many pollutants that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pollutants. So these are the standards that should be maintained in the atmosphere. So the concentrations of these pollutants should not go beyond these levels. So for PM10, you see the annual standard is 50 micrometers and the daily standard is 150 micrometers. So to limit the impact on the health of our people, we are saying that when we measure the concentrations of PM10, it should not be above 150 on a daily basis. So if it is above, then we should take action to get it below this level or amount. The agency can take a number of actions to manage the release of air pollutants into the atmosphere. And these actions include issuing warning notices to the operators or the sources of air pollution. We can issue control orders. We can fine the operators. We can suspend their licenses, because at NEPA, we issue licenses, air pollutant discharge licenses, to govern the operation of facilities or sources that emit air pollutants into the atmosphere. We can also take them to court to get them to do better or come into compliance with their air quality license. And we can take the drastic action of even closing down these facilities. So at NEPA, one of the core functions that the air quality branch does is to monitor the levels of air pollutants to see how they compare to the standards that I indicated earlier there. So we set up a number of monitors, which are machines, as you can see on screen, across the island. And we visit them regularly to maintain them and download the data that they capture and store. So we'll take that data, store it at the agency, do some analysis on it, trend the result to see what we can get from it. And then from the results, we implement or take actions that are necessary to, that we deem necessary. So this is the map showing where the locations of most of our stations are and the pollutants that they monitor for. So you can see there that most of our stations are in the southern area, in the Kingston metropolitan area, as well as in St. Anne. And the stations are in these areas because this is where a number of the air pollutant sources are, the licensed air pollutant sources. So the sources that we govern, we issue license to are. And so we have to ensure that we are monitoring the amount of pollutants that they are emitting to keep the health of the residents, to safeguard the health of the residents in those areas. The stations that are across the island are owned and operated by NEPA, as well as the facilities that have license to emit air pollutants. So as you can see there, the bulk of the stations are in the bauxite industry, followed by NEPA, the power industry, and the mineral process industry. So when we get the data, we do some analysis, we trend it, we create charts, graphs, and this is one of the graphs that we have created of the data that we have collected in St. Andrew. And this shows the concentration of the solid pollutant, PM10, or particulate matter size 10 microns. And it shows that for most of the year, the concentration of this pollutant has remained below the 24-hour standard of 150 micrometers. However, there was a spike which exceeded this standard, and given the time at which it occurred, we can conclude that it was due to the Saharan dust episode in that year, right? So, given the trends and what we know occur during specific times, we can link the two and say this is what caused this spike or change in the concentration of the pollutant. The trends can also help us to compare the levels of pollution in different areas across the island. So here we see two areas, Spanish Town Road and Mona in Kingston, showing the level of PM10 again in these areas. And we can see that the Spanish Town area has more of this pollutant, and hence it is more polluted than the Mona area. So we know that some action is necessary to reduce the level of pollution in this area, because it is also above the standard there. The data can also tell us what happens on a daily basis during the day, so between morning and evening when there is traffic or other activities happening. So we can link the level of pollution with traffic activity. So we are seeing on the screen two spikes during the day, in the morning and in the evening, and we have linked that to traffic congestion. So what can we do to prevent or reduce air pollutant? We are not powerless. We can take action. And some of the action that we can take include eliminating open burning. So we should not burn our garbage at our homes or wherever, right? That's a no-no. We can compost and we can recycle to reduce the generation of garbage. We can use cleaner sources of energy. We can conserve electricity in our homes and in our workplaces. We can also plant trees to act as buffers around pollution sources. And we can install cleaner technologies in industries to limit or capture the pollutants that are generated from the processes there. On an individual level, if there is pollution, we can take action to limit the impact on ourselves. And these actions include wearing masks and other protective gears to stop the pollution from entering our bodies. We can also limit strenuous activity in or when levels of pollution are high. So not exercising, not playing outside, etc., to reduce our exposure to air pollution. And we can use purifiers in our homes to remove air pollution from the atmosphere so we breathe a cleaner air. And that wraps up my presentation. I hope the information that I presented was useful. If there are any questions, please feel free to post in the chat. So thank you for listening. I will now turn over back to our chair.
Wasn't that insightful and informative? No, man, you have to drop something in the chat. Come on, schools, come on. So, I see that Gainsted is online. Mona High, Jonathan Grant, Winston Jones High, St. Hilda's, Guys Hill, Marymount, and Alpha, welcome. I see you dropped the names of your schools earlier, and we just want to say welcome and thank you for being with us today. I have a little surprise. Guess what? So we have some prizes that we're gonna drop on you throughout the course of the day. But then we have a very, very, very special prize that we want to give to either a student or a school based on their participation. So you see, I'm telling you to participate in the chat, drop your question, drop your comments, your feedback. It's because we want you to win something nice. Yeah? Now, I am going to remind you about our polls. The poll from Mr. Brown will be on your screen in 5, 4, 3. All right. We'll come right back to the polls. But remember, I said to you that we have some niceness to give away. Well, to know if you're participating or you're still on air with us, I have a little credit to drop on you. It's a flow credits, $500. $500. So let's see who is still with us. So I'll call the number. Let's go. 270846801 7455. Teachers, we're not playing with them. These are for the students if they're supposed to have their phones on them. So if you've won the credit, you can just simply drop in the chat, I win. So let me know if you've received the credit to your phone. All right? So let me go through the numbers again. 2 7 0 8 4 6 8 0 8 1 7 4 5 5. Let me know if you have won that credit. I tell you, we have a bag of niceness, you know. A whole heap of niceness for you once you are still with us and participating. Earlier, we saw a hand raise in the comment section from Katie and Brown. I'm not sure if it's in regards to you not seeing the screen properly, but just a reminder, we're here. We're not necessarily monitoring the chat. We have somebody else who's doing that. But it is always good to just state the question that you want us to answer. And then from there, we can take it. So if you raise your hand, it doesn't necessarily mean that we know what your question is or who it is in reference to in terms of the speaker. So just drop the question, and from there, we will answer as we go along. Now, we had Miss Thomas, and now we had Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown's presentation was about air quality. Again, we have some niceness. I want to ask 2 questions in regards to his presentation, and the first correct answer, that individual off air, you can answer it, and then Noreen, we will work out how you get your credits, because we're dropping credit, but the main prize is a big prize, is a big special prize. All right, so first question as it relates to Mr. Brown's presentation. What were the 2 sources of air pollution? He stated 2.
Natural.
Who's that? Who did that? So, two sources. You can drop your answers in the chat, and the first correct answer, that's the one we're choosing. That's the first question. The second question is, let me look at my phone because I was screenshotting a lot of the PowerPoints. So I hope you were doing that. So it's not just writing, but you know, if you have your phones on you, you can definitely screenshot his presentation. State. So he gave you a bunch of enforcement actions that can be taken once they breach their regulation. Give me two of the enforcement actions that can be taken once there is a breach in the regulation for air quality. He gave 7. The very first correct person or answer, that's what we're going with. So if you come after, I'm sorry, maybe you can try for the next round of questions. All right? Now, just a reminder, the polls will be on your screen in 3, 2, 1. Please answer as honestly as possible the poll that you're seeing on your screen. Once you've completed the poll, then it will come off your screen and we will move into our next presenter. All right. So our next presenter, I told you that we have some people who are big deals in their field. Like, we don't have no small fries. We have big deal. People who are movers and shakers within their field of work. This person, Shanalee Thomas. She is the Chief Scientific Officer at the UWI Discovery Bay Marine Lab. That's a big deal, right? Let's go. So, Ms. Thomas is the Chief Scientific Officer at the UWI Discovery Bay Marine Lab. She received her Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Biology and a Master's of Science degree in Natural Resource Management, specializing in marine and terrestrial ecology, both from the University of West Indies, Mona campus. I'm telling you, say, the speakers of today are big deal. Now, Shanalee has worked on several projects that were a part of the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, including reef monitoring and rehabilitation, coral relocation, mangrove rehabilitation, and marine conservation education at primary and secondary levels. She also assists with instructing and facilitating students for undergraduate research and courses at the UWI Mona. Help me to welcome Shanalee Thomas. Big deal, big deal, big deal. Thank you. Oh, one moment, guys. Remember the polls, the polls, the polls. Thank you. Help me welcome Miss Shanalee Thomas. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Clark. All right, so I'm the scientific officer at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, and I will be sharing with you about mangroves. So mangroves are phytophytes, so they're special plants, and I know typically in Jamaica we generally refer to them as bush, but they're a little bit more than that. They're special plants because they are adapted to live in salty conditions. So if you look at halophyte, phyte meaning plant or plant in a specific condition, and you look at the word halo, halo means salt. So they're classified as halophytes. So if you put both of those words together, you'll understand that they're salt-loving or salt-tolerant plants. So these mangroves are found in coastal areas or intertidal areas in the subtropics and tropical regions. So you wouldn't necessarily find them far inland. They're usually by the shoreline or by the coastline. And they're only found in subtropical and tropical region. So anywhere between 0 to 25 or 30 degrees north and south of the equator. That's where you'd find them in the equatorial belt. So mangroves are limited by the cold or cold temperatures. So where you have temperatures falling too low, then you wouldn't find mangroves in those areas. So these mangroves have a number of special adaptations which allow them to survive in their environment. And not only are they efficient at either keeping salt out of their system or getting rid of it from their system completely, but they're able to support a complex ecosystem or a very diverse ecosystem, including a bunch of different animals and plants along with the mangroves. So as I said earlier, mangroves are found near the equator, so anywhere between 0 to 30 degrees north and south. There are mangroves, there's an exception. So if you're looking at that map, in the bottom right corner near Australia, you'd find some mangroves in that region. But outside of that, you wouldn't find mangroves exceeding or going far north or far south where it gets extremely cold. So in terms of Jamaica, we find mangroves along the coastline. So mangroves account for approximately 29% of our coastline in Jamaica, and mangroves are found in all parishes. Now this map here has, tiny blotches around the island, but these are some of the major stands of mangrove forests. So if you're from St. Anne, it doesn't mean that the only mangroves we have are at the border of St. Anne and St. Mary. It just means that those are the largest mangrove forests that we have in our parish. But if you look around the island, and if you're from St. Thomas, you'd be familiar with the Great Morass or the mangroves out by the east end near the lighthouse. If you're from Kingston side, then you'd be familiar with the Palisadoes Port Royal mangroves. If you're from Clarendon, you might be familiar with the Salt River Swamp. So you'd find mangroves all around the coastline of Jamaica. But the largest mangrove stand that we currently have in Jamaica, it's found in the Portland Bight protected area. So that's where most of the mangroves are. And if you're observant, something that you'd notice with this map is that quite a few of the mangroves are associated with river systems. So those blue lines that you see leaving the land and running out to sea, those are rivers. So quite a few of our mangroves are found where the river empties into the sea. So mangroves like a brackish water environment where it's not too salty, but it's also not too fresh. Now there are two main groups of mangroves. You have true mangroves and you have mangrove associates. Now true mangroves can grow only in the marine or mangrove environment, and they have a list of special adaptations which allow them to thrive in this environment. So a typical, for example, a mango tree, you wouldn't necessarily find it growing along the coastline or growing in the water, but mangroves have special adaptations which allow them to survive in these areas. And the adaptations for the true mangroves would include them having this prop roots or pneumatophores. And the prop roots are, for example, found in red mangroves, and these help to keep the plant or the tree upright and out of the water for the most part. Or they'll have pneumatophores, and pneumatophores are specialized roots which they point up out of the soil and they help the plant to get air for gaseous exchange. They also might have sacrificial leaves. In the case of the red mangrove, for example, it will have this one yellow leaf in a bunch of the other leaves that will help to get rid of the excess salt from the mangrove tree. True mangroves also have a feature called vivipary. And what that means is that the propagule that you see circled in red right here that grows on the tree, it basically starts developing while still attached to the tree. So once this propagule falls from the tree, then it can begin its life cycle. So it doesn't need to go through the long process of germination and growing through the seed coat and all of that. Once it hits the forest floor, maybe in a couple of days or so, this propagule will start sending out roots. So those are for true mangroves. Now, mangrove associates, these might have one or two of these adaptations like the true mangroves, but they don't have all the features which we would use to classify true mangroves. So they might be able to get rid of some of the salt, or they might have viviparous propagules, but they don't have, for example, prop roots or pneumatophores or sacrificial leaves or water dispersed seeds. So locally, we have 3 true mangroves, and I'll tell you a little bit about that after this slide. And we have 1 mangrove associate. So in total, you can call it about 3 to 4 mangroves locally. Otherwise, or globally, there are approximately 54 different true mangrove species, and that's a very big number compared to what we have in the Caribbean. So for the Jamaican mangroves, the true mangrove species that we have are the red mangrove, the black mangrove, and the white mangrove, right? And then the mangrove associate is referred to as the buttonwood mangrove or the button mangrove. Now, these are just pictures of the different types of mangroves or the different features of the mangroves that you'd find here in Jamaica. So that picture in the top left, that one of a red mangrove, and you can see the prop roots. That picture to the right, at the top, those show you the pneumatophores of the black mangrove, and then the bottom pictures are for the white mangrove. That's the one to the left. And then on the right, we have a picture of the button mangroves. So the red mangrove is probably the most identifiable mangrove there is. It's the common one. Most people, when they see this one, they know for sure that it's a mangrove. So the red mangrove has these characteristic prop roots, and they almost look like stilts or props that help to keep the tree upright out of the water, as the name suggests. Now, red mangroves were given the name red mangrove because the roots have a characteristic reddish color. And this reddish color is as a result of the organic compound found inside the mangrove root, and it's called tannin. So back in the day, people used to use this tannin to, for example, dye their clothes red and that kind of thing. And if you've ever been inside a mangrove forest or out on a boat near a mangrove forest, you might see the water looking a little bit reddish or brown. And it's not necessarily as a result of the water being polluted or dirty, but sometimes it's this tannin that's inside the mangrove roots that result in the reddish brownish color that you see in the water. Red mangroves also have aerial roots which hang down from the branch of the tree, and as the name suggests, aerial roots mean they help the tree to get air basically. So think about a tree being in a waterlogged environment or in the seawater. All trees need to carry out photosynthesis, so this plant needs to get air in some way, shape, or form. So it has these aerial roots to allow for that. Now, in terms of the adaptation of the red mangrove to deal with the excess salt in the environment, red mangroves have what we call sacrificial leaves. So if you look at this picture here, it's on my right, you can see like a one yellow leaf on the mangrove plant. So those are called the sacrificial leaves. And other plants will have these sacrificial leaves as well, but It's characteristic of the red mangrove. So the salt that is not blocked from its system, or the salt that it does take up from the seawater, it's able to put the salt into these yellow leaves, and it's usually the oldest leaf in a bunch. And that leaf will fall from the tree, taking away the salt and whatever waste there is to be excreted. Now, the black mangrove is referred to as a black mangrove because of the black bark that it has. So, if you're looking at the different species of mangrove, this one usually has the darkest bark or the darkest trunk. And black mangroves, they have breathing roots. So think about being by the coastline where sometimes the tide is high or the coastal area gets flooded. These mangrove trees have roots that run along. So the main root runs horizontally, and then you'll have these pneumatophores which stick up out of the soil, and it helps the plant to get air for gaseous exchange. Now, these pneumatophores are usually long and pointed. And something to help you to remember how these pneumatophores work is this picture that I've included on the right here. So if you've ever been snorkeling out at sea, or even in a pool, if you've ever been snorkeling and you wear a snorkel and a mask, this snorkel or this tube-like structure, which you use to breathe while your face is in the water or underwater, it functions like a pneumatophore. Same idea, where you can continue doing what you're doing and you're still able to breathe. Now, how does the black mangrove deal with the excess salt in its environment? Black mangroves are able to excrete the salt through their leaves. So the crystals don't come out like that. That's a very nice picture. But the salt is usually excreted like in a liquid form. And on a very hot day, or when the temperature is high, and the evaporation rate is high as well, the water would evaporate from the surface of the leaf, leaving behind these salt crystals. So if you venture into a mangrove forest, some of the mangroves will have literal salt crystals that you can see on the surface of the leaf. Now, for the final true mangrove species, which is the white mangrove, they are so named, and the names are quite creative, and I'm being very sarcastic, but they're called white mangroves because the bark is usually white, and it's not like snow white or stark white, but it can be like creamish or a beigeish color. But these mangroves usually have the lightest color bark. The white mangroves have breathing roots, just like the black mangroves. However, the difference between the breathing roots of the white mangrove and the black mangrove is that for the white mangroves, they're more rounded or shorter than those of the red mangrove. But it's the same idea, same pneumatophores, just a different shape, a slightly different shape. Now, white mangroves also have two bumps at the base of the leaf, and these are called extrafloral nectaries. And these, as the name would suggest, they produce nectar, and this aids in the pollination of the mangrove plant. The production of the nectar also simulates a symbiotic relationship with ants. So where the ants or bees might be attracted to the tree in order to get food, the tree or the plant also gets a form of defense from the ants or the bees. So if you try to trouble it, or if a goat or any other herbivore tries to eat the tree, then it would be possibly attacked by ants or bees. So the white mangrove is also able to excrete salt, similar to the black mangrove. However, for the white mangrove, the salt is excreted from the underside of the leaf. So you wouldn't necessarily find the salt on the top surface or the upper surface of the leaf. It would just be on the underside. And it's the same idea where it comes out in a liquid form, and then once the water evaporates from that, you have salt crystals left behind. Now, mangroves typically display a zonation pattern, and this zonation pattern is based on different conditions. So it could be a case where the elevation is different along the coastline, or they are located based on how the tide level is. So whether the tide is high or whether the tide is low. They also line up based on the salinity. So even though generally they are saltwater loving or saltwater tolerant plants, they have different tolerant levels for this salt in their environment. So I'll use the red mangrove, for example. The red mangrove can tolerate lower salinities and more wave action. So you typically find them right at the water's edge. So if you are out at sea and you are looking on land, the first mangrove that you are likely to see is the red mangrove, and that's based on its preference for elevation, tide level, salinity, and wave action. Using the white mangrove, for example, the white mangrove can tolerate more salt, so higher salinity, but it cannot tolerate as much wave action. So you would typically find white mangroves a little more in the forest or further inland than you would find a red mangrove. Um, but this zonation pattern is just a general idea of where you'd find them in an ideal situation. So in reality, sometimes you might find that the white mangroves are mixed with the black mangroves, or the black mangroves are mixed with the red, or the red mangroves are a little bit more inland than the white and the black. But a typical pattern is to find the red mangrove, then the black mangrove, and then finally the white and the buttonwood mangrove. And I hope everybody is still with me. It's hard to see what's happening in the chat or where you guys are. So I think I mentioned it earlier that mangroves are very important trees. So they're more than just bush. And I know a lot of people think about mangroves and they say, boy, it smells bad. And there are a lot of mosquitoes in the mangrove and we need to cut it down and all of these things. But they provide over 200 documented functions or uses across the world. But what I've done is separated the importance into three categories. So you have the ecological importance of mangroves, the socio-economic importance, as well as how they work in terms of coastal protection. So in terms of the ecology, so mangroves are important because they provide a nursery area or habitat for fish and other species. So we'll again use the red mangrove as an example. On the roots of the red mangrove, and remember the roots go into the water, the roots provide a home for different baby fish or juvenile fish that will spend a part of their life cycle inside the mangrove, like mangrove lagoon or in the waters around mangroves, before moving out to like the seagrass or the coral reef ecosystem or even open ocean. Um, on the roots of the red mangroves, you might also find different organisms such as sponges or ascidians, or we call them sea squirts. You might also find oysters growing on mangrove roots. Now, if you move further up the tree, you'll find species like crabs. So crabs and snails on the barks or on the branches of the mangrove tree. And then in the upper section of the tree, or where we'd call the canopy, you'd find like a brown pelican or a frigate bird, for example. Now, in terms of other ecological functions of mangrove forests, mangroves serve as biological filters or they help with purification. So, where you have, for example, excess rainfall or heavy runoff, mangroves are able to trap some of the sediment, that's one, and they help to maintain the water quality. They're also able to take up some of the nutrients. So remember, trees and plants like nutrients like nitrates and phosphates. Those are found in fertilizers. The mangrove is able to take up some of this and incorporate it in its system before these chemicals sometimes get to more sensitive ecosystems such as seagrasses or coral reefs. Mangroves are also important because they store carbon or they sequester carbon. So you can take note of that word. So instead of writing carbon storage, you can write sequestration, or that they are able to sequester carbon. And what this means is that they're able to capture the atmospheric carbon and they incorporate this into their structure. So a lot of carbon is locked into the bark or the trunk of the tree, as well as the roots and the soil around the roots of the mangrove trees. So, for example, if someone is to cut down a mangrove forest or deforest an area that is dominated by mangroves, they would be releasing a whole lot of carbon back into the environment. And to take it a step further, if you burn it, it would be worse. Um, Mangroves are also important because they maintain the water quality, or they help to maintain the water quality. So they trap the sediment from runoff, and they also help to build up land. So that's what accretion means. In terms of coastal protection, I feel like this picture sums it up nicely. That guy on the right has cut down a lot of mangrove trees there, and all it takes is a storm surge or a hurricane or some heavy rainfall, and that area becomes flooded because the mangroves would otherwise act as a sponge, soaking up the excess water, or they would buffer the coastline, keeping off the erosive waves or strong winds from getting inland. In terms of the socioeconomic benefits of mangroves um, are valued across the world because, people can take boat tours through mangrove ecosystems. So here we offer tours of the area, including the mangrove area along the coastline. Um, However, our sister lab in Port Royal, they have a more elaborate mangrove ecosystem. So they take students out as well, and you get to see, for example, the different animals that live in the mangrove ecosystem. If you're from St. Elizabeth and you're familiar with the Black River tour, a part of the tour involves talking about the mangroves and how important they are for different species, such as the crocodiles that live there. Another economic benefit of the mangrove is that um, the fishery relies on this. So a lot of the fish that we eat, both commercially important fish species and ecologically important fish species, so like your snappers and your parrotfish, those spend a part of their life cycle in the mangrove forest. So if we didn't have any mangroves, then that critical nursery ground that would be provided for supporting the fisheries, that would be destroyed, and we wouldn't have as much fish as we have now as a result. Mangroves are also important for a cleaner environment. So we don't always appreciate them because they tend to be smelly and them have a whole heap of mosquitoes, but they're quite important for our tourism interests as well. So what are some of the threats that mangrove face? So broadly, we can categorize these threats into natural and human threats. The natural threats, especially climate change, could still somewhat be linked to human because I think we induce some of this as well. So sea level rise can affect mangroves because even though they like water, or even though they like the salty environment, if they are completely flooded, or if the sea level rises and these trees are covered, then they would eventually die, even though they have some adaptations to deal with that. Hurricanes is something else that would affect mangroves. Strong waves, even though they can tolerate some of it, they are still destroyed in these natural disasters. But most times it's increased by human pressure. And in terms of the human threats to mangrove ecosystems, coastal and tourism development is a big one. So we remove a lot of mangroves to build villas and hotels along the coastline. Informal settlement is one of them as well. A lot of people squat in these areas. They dump up and they just build some units because they want somewhere to live. Mangrove trees are also harvested for charcoal and timber production. So people cut them down and they make coal kilns and they sell coal, and this coal is made from mangrove wood. Another factor that would affect mangroves is mariculture. So mariculture is, for example, setting up a shrimp farm on land. So even though it's, digging out an area and putting in a shrimp farm, the modifications that are oftentimes made to the land, these are sometimes irreversible. So even after this shrimp farm dies down and it ends, and the shrimp farm is probably no longer in business, as a result of the modifications that have been made to the land, it's hard for the mangrove forest to regenerate itself. So that area often dies. And then one of the largest threats to the mangrove ecosystem is pollution. And I'll use a local example here. So I don't know how many of you would be familiar with Refuge Key or the Kingston Harbor. Refuge Key is found inside the Kingston Harbor, and Refuge Key was affected by, or is being affected, sorry, by plastic pollution. So all these gullies that empty into the Kingston Harbor, quite a bit of the plastic or solid waste ends up on the shores of Refuge Key. So this is an aerial picture of what Refuge Key looks like, and I'm speeding it up because I know I don't have much time. So the plastic and garbage that washes up on the shore created basically a berm or like a wall around the shoreline of this key or this island here. And as a result, new seedlings can't get to the interior of the forest to establish themselves and regenerate the forest. Um, as a result of this wall of garbage or this berm of garbage, the interior of this forest here got hypersaline because the water cannot get on the island or get on the key to flush it constantly with the tides and waves. So that part gets hypersaline, and the plants inside the mangrove forest sooner died. And that area was expanding between, say, about 2017 to 2022. So these are pictures of what the forest floor looked like at the time, and you name it, it ended up on Refuge Key. So plastic bottles, styrofoam, tires, fridge crates, helmets, we find it on Refuge Key. And this is not what a forest floor should look like, but this is as a result of human activity. So with support from KFTL and different organizations, the Port Royal Marine Lab as well, we were able to clean up Refuge Key to an extent, and we're currently working on regenerating that middle section of Refuge Key. Now we're on to our final slide, and we're looking at mangrove rehabilitation and other measures to mitigate mangrove degradation in Jamaica. So the establishment of protected areas, so for example, marine parks, these lend themselves to the conservation of mangrove forests because the use or human activity within these protected areas are managed. So you can't just go into a protected area and do anything that you want to do. So these protected area will have wardens that will help to not only monitor fish in these areas, but the general health of these protected areas. So this would help to protect the mangrove forest. Jamaica also has a seedling bank for restoration projects. And by seedling bank, I mean a mangrove nursery. So we have a mangrove nursery here at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, and there's also one at the Port Royal Marine Lab. And basically what we do, we collect seedlings from the wild and we grow these plants inside a nursery setting. So once we identify an area that is in need of, for example, mangrove rehabilitation, we can take the plants from this nursery and outplant them in these areas. We also have been engaging in research and training in mangrove restoration. So there are several courses that are offered. One of them is through the University of the West Indies that teaches about ecological restoration, and that's one. And there are also scientists here, students here that have an interest in mangrove restoration. So they're looking at different ways of restoring forests and that kind of thing. Another mitigation is the requirement of like an EIA, which is an environmental impact assessment, and where a hotel or any other development is likely to cause environmental damage, they are required by the National Environment and Planning Agency to submit an EIA. And I think the NEPA team can probably tell you a little bit more about that. So, for example, if a hotel is coming along and they are going to remove, say, 500 acres of mangrove, they are required by law to compensate for the mangroves which they have removed or degraded. So they are either required to replant it elsewhere or give back to conservation or restoration somehow. Another way in which you can get involved in mitigating against mangrove degradation is by participating in activities such as World Wetlands Day, and this we celebrated last week, Friday. So Jamaica is a signatory of the Ramsar Convention, and as a result, we are required to conserve and protect the mangrove forest that we have here. So we have 4 Ramsar sites, and you can look that up after the presentation. I don't want to continue talking too much. But these areas are protected by law, so you cannot cut down these mangrove trees or do any activity in these areas. But World Wetlands Day is an opportunity for different organizations to share about the work that they're doing in the different mangrove areas, and to share about the importance of mangrove forests. So something that we do here for World Wetlands Day typically is to do a mangrove outplanting activity, and that's something that you can get involved in. So you can come and you can plant out some mangrove in a degraded area to give back to the environment. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. If you have follow-up questions, you can send them to the email address that is listed there. And I'm also inviting you to follow the Discovery Bay Marine Lab on Instagram or social media to keep up with what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanalee Thomas. I want you to stay on just for 2 minutes, please. There was a comment in the chat by Kadian Brown. She stated to go back to the slide that speaks to red and white and black mangrove. Kadian, are you still online? So the slide is being projected. I do hope that you're able to see, and then you can always ask your questions. Guys, I'm giving Shanalee 2 minutes to answer any questions that you may have in the chat. I know that it was a lot to digest.
I'm sorry. It really is a lot.
No, man, it was very informative. I must say that. Because I learned a thing or two. I am not all-knowing. But I definitely learned, and I hope that those who are online would have learned something as well. So if you have any question, I'm giving her 2 minutes. So you have 2 minutes to type in the chat whatever questions you may have. Do we have any questions in the chat? Any questions? Guys, this is your opportunity to ask an expert, you know. This is an expert in our field, so you're face-to-face with this person. Please ask your questions. I don't want you to leave here and you are leaving with uncertainties. So are there any questions? Any concerns?
All right. I realize someone is asking what the scientific name is for the white mangrove. So the white mangrove is Lagoon Colaria race moss. And I just scroll back to the slide so you can see it.
So guys, if you're not writing and you're permitted to use your phones, you can take a picture of our presentation. Any questions in the chat? We have about a minute left with Shanali. So if you are curious about anything that she may have stated in her presentation, this is the opportune time to ask.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Julie
Samura.
Samura.
All right, we're
We
getting
were
comments.
here
Lovely,
around,
lovely.
and I
And
see
I
a
see a
question
question
from
from
Tishina.
Tishina.
Did you speak about button mangrove? So
So
briefly,
briefly,
yes, I
yes,
did,
I
but
did, but
button
button
mangrove is
mangrove is
considered to
considered to
be
be
a
a
mangrove
mangrove
associate.
associate.
So I
So I
didn't
didn't
really
really
get
get
much
much
into
into
the
the
button
button
mangrove. Is
mangrove.
there a
Is there a
specific
specific
question you have
question you have
about it?
about it? Probably what is an associate? You just want to briefly state that for them?
Sure.
Sure.
So
So
I'll
I'll
also go
also
back
go
to the
back to the
slide. So
So
true
true
mangroves,
mangroves,
which would
which
be
would
like
be
the
like
red,
the
the
red,
black,
the
the
black,
white,
the white,
and
and
the red,
the
the
red,
black,
the
and the
black, and
white.
the white.
So
So
those
those
have
have
a
a
list of
list of
adaptations
adaptations
which
which
allow
allow
them to
them to
survive
survive
in the
in the
salty
salty
environment.
environment.
The
The
mangrove
mangrove
associates,
associates,
such as the
such as the
buttonwood
buttonwood
mangrove,
mangrove,
that
that
one
one
would
would
lack
lack
the
the
special
special
adaptation.
adaptation.
So
So
it
it
can
can
somewhat
somewhat
survive in
survive
this
in this
environment,
environment,
but it
but it
doesn't
doesn't
have
have.
all these characteristics. So it doesn't necessarily have water dispersed seeds. It doesn't have the sacrificial leaf. It doesn't have the pneumatophores. It doesn't have the prop roots, and it doesn't have the feature called vivipary.
So, with that said, if there are no more questions in the chat, this is me saying to you, Shanali. Oh, we have one more? All right. What's that question? Shanali, are you able to see that question in the chat?
All right. So mariculture is, for example, growing like fish, not fish, could be fish, but like shrimp on land. So it's using seawater in inland as opposed to out at sea. So, for example, these organizations might create ponds that are by the coastline, and in order to create these ponds, they will remove mangroves and the soil from an area, right? So they remove the mangrove, remove the soil, to make a pond, and then fill it with seawater to grow shrimp. So that's one way in which the mangrove forest would be affected. Now, for example, if the shrimp farming activity ends or if the shrimp farm is closed, and you even drain the ponds and you get rid of the shrimp, quite often because of the change to the land itself or how the land has changed, it's difficult for mangroves to naturally regenerate or repopulate that area. So, for example, if you dig out a pond, you would probably need to refill it, and reintroduce seawater or fresh water to that area so it doesn't get hypersaline. So, the modifications that the land would have to go through, would affect the
Affect the
mangrove
mangrove
forest or
forest.
the hydrology of the mangrove forest.
Thank you so much for that explanation, Shanali. Guys, if there is any more questions, she has an email address. You can always shoot her an email and she will definitely answer. All right, we are moving. Thank you again. And I have some prizes. Remember, once you are participating in our chat, you have lovely prizes to win. And for the person who participates the most, we have a grand prize. Special grand prize. All right. So before we move into our next segment, Hampton, you joined us. Welcome. Titchfield, big up yourself. The Portland School, welcome. Now, before Shanali's presentation, we had Mr. Brown who presented on air quality earlier. I'd asked 2 questions, and I have the winners for those questions asked. Roxanne Hilton, you are one of our winners, sorry, and Gabrielle Harriot. Please WhatsApp this number. I don't know if it can be pinned in the in the chat, or you can just write it down. Please reach out to this number and you will be able to claim your prize. Now let me say this. If you're not Roxanne, if you're not Gabrielle, do that. Do not message the WhatsApp number. Because we'll ask some questions about Roxanne and Gabrielle. You hear me? If it's not Roxanne, if it's not Gabrielle, it's not your turn. All right? So with that said, I would like to inform you that we are moving into a 10-minute break. And this 10-minute break allows for you to use the restroom quickly, get a snack, and come right back. At this moment, I am seeing 11:08 on my phone. So I'm expecting you to be in front of your screen at 11:18. All right? So a quick 10-minute break and hurry up and come back. We have lots more information, questions, prizes to be won, and we are awaiting you. Soon come.
Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your
Keep
eat.
the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No that.
Welcome back, welcome back. Do I have the pleasure of being in the presence of my schools and students and teachers who were here previously? Is Gainstead online? Mona, Hampton, Titchfield, are you online? Just want to ensure that we still have your attention for our session. Now, before the break, I had mentioned that our winners, Roxanne Hilton and Gabrielle Harriot, should WhatsApp a number. So if you didn't realize, I didn't share the number. Even though it's in the chat, I will call the number and you can make a note of it. So the number is 876-552-4942. That's the number you should reach out to claim your prize, Roxanne Hilton and Gabrielle Harriot. Now, I'm feeling generous. I tell you that it's not just about the presentations, but we also want to know if you're learning, if you're getting the information, if you're still with us. So, similar to me asking questions about previous presentation, I am going to ask 2 questions as it relates to the very, very first presentation that was done, that's Ms. Thomas, and then I'll ask another 2 questions as it relates to Shanali's presentation. So, get your fingers ready, and remember, it is the first correct answer that will win the prize. Again, first correct answer that will win the prize. So, get your fingers ready. On your marks. Get set. First question. Ms. Thomas would have stated several partners that we can get additional information and resources from if NEPA is unable to provide. State 2 of those partners and you will be our winner. So 2 partners outside of NEPA that can support you conducting your research or your SBA activities. First question that. Second, one way in which you can contact the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. One way you can contact the Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. Remember, first correct answer will win a prize. All right? Next round of questions. Are we ready? And this is in regards to Ms. Shanali Thomas' presentation. So she presented on mangroves, and we want to know if you were really listening to the presentation or you were just merely sitting down and wasting time or passing the time because teacher have me sit down and I can't leave. So let's go. First question. State the 3 types of mangroves that are present in Jamaica. 3 types of mangroves that are present in Jamaica. All right, that's the first one. And then the second one would be, how many species of mangroves exist worldwide? How many species of mangroves exist worldwide? Only the first correct answer we can take. Once we see your responses in the chat, we will make a note of it, followed by us sharing the prize with you. Remember, make your notes. If you have any questions, please place it in the chat. We're here to work alongside you to give you a better understanding of the subject area that we will be covering. Now, we are on to our next presenter. This presentation is about water quality. So you realize that we spoke about air quality, we spoke about the mangroves, we talk about how you can access and utilize the information that you are researching about as it relates to your geography SBA. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So our next presenter is Mrs. Safia Roden. For almost 10 years, Mrs. Roden has had the privilege of traversing the island and seeing the beauty that Jamaica is through her work at NEPA. Officially, she works in the capacity of coordinator of the National Integrated Watersheds Management Program. What a mouthful. She considers herself to be a professional water catcher. She has a master's in natural resource management from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and is a proud past student of the St. Hugh's High School for Girls. Help me welcome Mrs. Rodent.
Good morning, students. Good morning, teachers. Welcome to another CSEC session, and now we are going into water quality. Now, I know you're hungry. That 10-minute break, I'm sure you didn't get your belly full, so we're not going to be too long with you, all right? I am Safia Roden, as was introduced. I am a professional water catcher, and I hope that you all will be inspired to be water catchers at the end of this presentation as well. All right, so let's get into it. We're looking at ambient water quality monitoring. So a little background. What do we do at NEPA as it relates to water quality monitoring? We monitor over 300 stations island-wide. Every beach and every river that you can think of, I am sure that we have been there. We've collected samples so that we can know what is going on. So the samples that we collect, we do them monthly or quarterly, and the data is used to show trends and changes over time and to help the agency to make its decisions, right? So going through this presentation, there are some things that I would like you to bear in mind, some questions, right? What is monitoring? Why do we monitor? What is pollution? Is water quality really important? How do we determine water quality? And what is a sample? Now, if you see me pausing a little bit on some of these slides, I want you to pay keen attention to the information presented there, as I'm sure it will help you in your SBAs. All right, so what is monitoring? Monitoring is the programmed process of sampling, measurement, and subsequent recording or signaling, or both, of various water characteristics, often with the aim of assessing conformity to specified objectives. Whew, that was a mouthful. All right? So what is it that I wanted to focus on here? There are some key words in bold: sampling, measurement, recording, assessing conformity. That is the key. Those are the key tenets of monitoring. All right? So you have to sample, you have to measure, and you have to record what it is that you're measuring and what it is that you're sampling. And when you get that information, you use it to see how well the environment or whatever it is that you're monitoring compares to different standards. All right? So that is what monitoring is. Now, why do we monitor for water quality? It is to define the water quality status and trends, to measure and observe the quality of the aquatic environment for a specific purpose, and to implement proper management and operational activities to stem the effects of pollution. All right, so it gives us a good picture of what is happening in the environment, and it helps us to be able to manage it better. Now, what is water quality? I have three definitions here. It is the condition or environmental health of a water body or resource. It is the standard of purity. Now, you see, if you're writing your SBA and you need to make that word limit, stretch it out a little bit, you can use this second one. It is the standard of purity that is necessary for the protection of populations in the aquatic environment and for recreational uses in and on the water. However, if you are a type of person who writes a lot and you need to cut down on the word limit, water quality is the suitability of water for its intended purpose. That is my favorite definition. The suitability of water for its intended purpose. All right. Now, what is pollution? If you look at these pictures, I'm sure it's very clear to you that there is no pollution in these pictures. Am I right? I feel like some of you might be looking at me like, what is this lady talking about? She don't know anything. But I mean, look at it. You have the two young boys swimming very happily in that very lovely looking gray water, right? You have a nice oil slick up at the top there, and then you have some nice, Milo looking water going into what seems like a river. That looks perfectly fine, right? No, it doesn't. These are very clear evidences that there's pollution happening in the water. But how about this picture? Looks beautiful, lovely, ready to take a dive in through the screen, right? Is it polluted though? Now, can you say yes? Can you say no? Is it maybe? I don't know. Some of you might be looking and say, Miss, that look fine. But the answer is sometimes pollution is not as clear to the eyes as in the previous slide. Sometimes the water looks pretty, but there are things happening in it that we cannot see with our naked eyes. And that is why we have to monitor, we have to sample, and we have to do tests to see if the water is really suitable for its intended purpose. So what is pollution? It is the introduction by man directly or indirectly of substances or energy to the environment resulting in deleterious effects. Now I want you to pay attention. The introduction by man, right? So pollution is a man-made occurrence, okay? And it's introduced directly, so you just throw it straight into the water, or indirectly, right, of substances that results in deleterious effects. Now, the thing about the environment, especially the aquatic environment, our rivers, our seas, they're so big, they're so vast, they're so dynamic that many times when something that's not too good enters, it is able to recover on its own. However, it becomes a pollutant when the environment finds it very difficult to recover from the addition of this substance on its own, and it may cause death in the aquatic environment. So the organisms, the fish, the plankton, the macroinvertebrates, all those things that are living in our rivers and sea, they die because of pollution. Those are the deleterious effects of pollution. Now, the major water pollutants that we have around the globe: microbes, nutrients, heavy metals, organic chemicals, oil and sediments, heat, and solid waste. This is a very interesting looking list. I do hope that you have your pens and papers or your phones, if it's allowed, to take a picture of this list of major water pollutants such as microbes, nutrients, heavy metals, organic chemicals, oil and sediments, heat, and solid waste. All right. So the types of water pollution, right? You have the chemical, such as your petroleum and the industry. You have the suspended matter from gullies and runoff. Your microbiological types of water pollution. These are from poor untreated sewage discharges. You have nutrients from wastewater discharges. And you have those that cause oxygen depletion. This is because of decomposing matter from industrial activities. So these are 5 types of water pollution. Let's go over it again. Chemical, metals and solvents from industries, pesticides and petroleum. Suspended matter, total suspended solids that linger within the water column. One growing and problematic suspended solid nowadays is called microplastics. I'm sure you've all heard of that one. Microbiological, bacteria and viruses from improper sewage. For example, diseases like cholera are prevalent in poorer countries without access to clean water. Nutrients, Many nutrients are found in wastewater and fertilizers, and these can cause excess weed and algae to grow if large concentrations end up in the water. And oxygen depleting, such as might be discharged from processing plants, paper mills, brewery, wastewater treatment plants. These 5 are the types of water pollution. Now, pollutants can enter our waterway in 2 ways. You have point sources. If you're looking at the screen, I hope you're looking at the screen and you're not falling asleep yet. The point sources are those that you can directly see. So it is literally a point, a source, a point of pollutant, right? So you see it coming from something. You see it coming from a drain going into the water. You see it coming from the ship going into the water. So these are our point sources of pollution. You can clearly identify and say, yes, it is Mass John Drain east of the harbor that is causing the pollutant. Or Mr. McGregor's ship has leaked oil into the water, and that is a point source of pollution. But then there are some sources that are not so easily identifiable. These are our non-point sources of pollution, right? And this comes from runoff. So here you have Mass John's farm and Mr. Mark's farm and Miss Sandra's farm right beside each other, right? And maybe 2 persons are using some chemicals and fertilizers that are banned. But rain fell, and all the water washes over all the farms, and then it goes down into the river. We can't know exactly which farm or which area all of the pesticides and all of the pollutant came from because of surface runoff. And so that is the thing with non-point sources. You cannot discretely see, you can't see a discrete conveyance of the pollutant. It's just coming from all areas. Now, what do we monitor at NEPA? There are many parameters that we can choose from, and these are indicator parameters, right? Now, the things that we monitor, they occur naturally in the environment. However, it is the levels in the environment that we are concerned about, right? So naturally they're there, but when they're over a certain threshold, which is our standards that we have, then they become a source of concern. Now, there is a wide range of water quality parameters to choose from, but for the best water quality assessment, information is needed on bacteria, nutrients, oxygen, clarity, and pH. Now, the parameters that we have listed here were chosen from these general groupings for the purpose of our monitoring here in Jamaica. So nitrate, phosphate, pH, biochemical oxygen demand, fecal coliform, total dissolved solids. All right, so nitrate and phosphate. These are from increased levels. The increased levels of nitrate and phosphate, indicate the presence of sewage and fertilizers and wastewater, right? And the effects are eutrophication. So when you have too many nitrates and phosphate in the water, all those nutrient-loving plants, so nitrates and phosphate together are called nutrients. All those nutrient-loving plants, they just start to feed on it and they start to grow. Just like me at Christmas time, I love cake, and so at Christmas time I feed on cake and I start to grow, right? And I start to take up more space in the house because I've eaten so much cake and I've grown. And that's the thing with eutrophication. So the plants, they're there. And then something comes along, whether it's sewage or fertilizer, goes into the water, and they start to feed on it. And they start to grow. And they start to take up more space in the water. And they start to use up oxygen in the water. They start to block out sunlight because they're so thick in the water. And so that's one of the effects of increased nitrates and phosphates, right? So for the testing of nitrates, it's called the cadmium reduction column, right? And so it's a process where cadmium is used to reduce nitrate into nitrite, and then a pink color is formed, and so they use that in the spec to see how much light passes through, and then they're able to tell, okay, how many nitrate is actually in the sample. But if you go on our YouTube page, nepajamaica.com, you will see our lab series that will give you more details on the testing for nitrate and phosphate. Now, biochemical oxygen demand. It is a measure of the amount of oxygen required for microbial decomposition. The effects of it: if you have high BOD, you have low dissolved oxygen, DO, and it induces stress on the aquatic organism. Now, what does this mean? A measure of the amount of oxygen required for microbial decomposition. So you have these microbes that live in oxygen-rich environment. Now, when wastewater or the byproducts of wastewater enter the river, and when waste material enters, these microbes are happy because that's food for them, and so they start to feed on it. However, while they're feeding on it, they're actually using up the oxygen that is in the water. And that is how, when they use up more oxygen, the oxygen required for them to decompose the waste material, that is why you have less dissolved oxygen available in the water. And so you might end up with things like a fish kill. And so you see all these fish just float up dead one day. Why? Because of the pollutant. Right? And it is a 5-day method. So you measure oxygen on day 1 when the sample is collected, and then 5 days after the microbes have gotten some time to eat up and use up the oxygen, you measure again, and then you take the difference, and that is how you arrive at the BOD value. Now, fecal coliform bacteria is an indicator of sewage contamination, and they are mainly found in human and animal feces, right? The World Health Organization recommends a guideline that is set at 100 mpn per 100 ml. MPN meaning most probable number. And fecal coliform indicates the presence of other pathogens which can cause gastrointestinal issues. So I'm sure if you find a sample with a very high fecal coliform load, you can imagine that the source of that pollutant is not something that you would be very happy with. So sewage contamination is the primary suspect in a case like this. And it is a multiple tube fermentation method. So basically, they look at the tubes that have the bubbles. If you look at the screen, inside each of the large tubes are smaller tubes. And inside those smaller tubes, if bubbles are found, that means the bacteria is growing and is releasing those gas. And so that will constitute a positive sample. Now, pH refers to how basic or alkaline a substance is. Organisms operate at an optimal pH, and life functions are limited outside of this range. Like us as Jamaicans, we operate at an optimal temperature range. So if you send us to Alaska, we're going to cry. And if you send us way down, nearer to the equator, we are going to bawl. But nice tropical Jamaican weather, we are fine, right? Outside of that now, it is hard for us to function. When sometimes the time just get hot and you can't even get out of bed, you can barely do anything, and you're tired in school and you can't focus on the studies, right? It's the same for organisms and pH. Outside of their narrow range of pH, it's hard for them to do basic life functions and to survive. And changes indicate the addition of substances which may cause the water to be more alkaline or acidic in nature. Now, a thing to note about our rivers is at this point in geography, I think you would know that our rivers have a karstic landscape, so it's mainly calcium carbonate because of the limestone. Now, with that, what happens is it causes a buffering in the river, and it helps to keep the pH within a normal range for us in Jamaica. Right? And so our organisms are used to that range, and it's hard for that pH to change. So if we go out and we see, all right, the pH has gone way high or way low below the level, then we know that something definitely has gone into the river, because our limestone calcium carbonate really does a good job of keeping the pH in check in our rivers. So sample collection, all right? So we're just going to go into a little bit about sampling. Sampling is the process or technique of selecting an appropriate portion or piece of a complete system or group, right? And we sample because it is impossible for us to collect water straight from Morant Point to Negril Point, right? That's not possible to just collect one water all the time, right? So it's impossible to assess the whole system. It is an easy and reliable method, and it is representative if it is carried out correctly, all right? So here we have what we use, our sample bottles that we use to collect. Now there's gonna be a video later that will show you exactly how we do that. So we collect from the boats, we will go into the river itself and collect the sample, we will go into the sea and collect the sample, right? So after we have monitored and we've collected our sample and we have the data, it's time to interpret, because if the data just sits there on Excel, it's not going to be useful. So how do we interpret the data? Now here's some examples to kind of tickle your brain. Here we have the mean, average, mean equals average, mean means average, average means mean, mean BOD for White River. So we went to White River and we collected some samples over a period of a few months. And we did the average of each sample site. Now here on this graph, you have White River upstream, White River middle, and White River downstream. And the red line indicates the standard that we are using to compare to see how well the data conforms to the expected standard, right? Now what this line shows is that White River downstream have a higher BOD than White River middle, and White River middle have a higher BOD than White River upstream. But why is that? Can you think of why that could be? So White River upstream has the lowest, and then White River downstream has the highest. And what we said, BOD is a measure of how much oxygen is required for microbes to consume the waste matter. And when you have the high BOD, it means you have low dissolved oxygen. So as we are moving downstream, we can assume that there are more microbes consuming oxygen going downstream, right? And if you think about it, White River downstream is closer to the more populated areas. And so you have things like improper sewage being discharged, while upstream you have less human impact. And so when you go further or closer into the zones with human impact, you'll find that pollutants tend to be on the rise. So mean fecal coliform going downstream in Rio Cobre. You see that now we can use the data to compare years, right? In this map, in this graph, we're comparing 2015 and 2019. In 2015, fecal coliform decreased as you went downstream. Yay! However, in 2019, it increased as you went downstream. And so when you see this data, it gives us to think, okay, what is it that happened in 2019 that caused this increase? And then you also have to look at it and say, but wait, the 100 line recreational guideline is way down the bottom and all the data is above it. So you know that, okay, we might have to put in some interventions here because something is causing this area to have higher than usual fecal coliform, right? You can use it to do water quality trends. right? So, for example, like in Kingston Harbor, we have, this is a little case study now, monitoring has been conducted there for over 20 years, and we have 12 sample points established. The programs are implemented to address ongoing pollution issues, and it is a well-studied area in academia, right? So looking at it, we see how over the years, so the trend is that so this is showing the percentage of samples that are within the ambient standards. So the trend is showing that as the years progress, the number of samples within are actually getting less. Within the standards, the number of samples within the acceptable limits are getting less. And the same trend for the fecal coliform as well, right? And so when you look at that, you say, all right, we might need to look at what it is that's happening. Population is increasing, communities are increasing, squatter settlements are increasing, and so discharges into the environment of pollutants are increasing as the years go by, right? We also use the data for creating maps, and these maps can give us a spatial representation of how it is that pollution or how it is that water quality is in different areas, right? So in this map, we can see that down south to the east, you have higher concentrations of nitrate. And as you go westward, it is not so high, right? But if you also look at the map, you can see that there are a little more housing and developments on this side, on the east side as opposed to the west side. Could that be a reason why? Or it could also be that there are upwellings of fresh water that is introducing these nutrients into the bay, right? And so the maps can give us an idea of how the water quality is in an area. Looking also another map that we can use to interpret. I hope you can see this one clear. The red dots indicate that the water quality is not so good. It's kind of poor. And then the blue dots indicate good. If you look, you'll see that more red dots are in the populated area. And the blue dots are a little more where there's less built up areas, right? And so you can see how human impact and human population can impact on the water quality of an area. The greater the population, the greater the density, the more likely it is for pollutants to enter our aquatic environment. Now that was in the Jamaican context. Globally now, you have what's called dead zones. Right? There are areas where the marine life just can't survive, and over 245,000 kilometers square covered globally, right? So these areas, they have no way to sustain life because they have low and zero oxygen, right? And there are about 500 dead zones that exist across the globe. In the Caribbean, 25% of the region has access to sewage treatment systems. 52% relies on latrines. So if 25% plus 52%, that is 77% have some form of treatment for their sewage waste, right? Now, 77 from 100 leave a lot of people, a lot of percentage that has no latrines and no toilets. So what do they do with their waste? Now, you can think about that. And where is it that that waste is going to end up? Most likely it is going to end up in our streams and in the marine environment. Industrial discharges, sewage runoff, sedimentation, and improper waste disposal are the main culprits in water pollution in the Caribbean. And so here we have come to the end. Now, if you have any questions, now is the time. The fecal?
Fecal coliform slide.
All right, no problem. The graph or the...
Just a fecal coliform slide.
Okay, no problem. That there's a specific question about the fecal coliform? All right, here we are. The fecal coliform bacteria, it's an indicator of sewage contamination, and these are mainly found in human and animal feces. The World Health Organization recreational guidelines sets it at 100 mpn per 100 ml, and the fecal coliform indicates the presence of other pathogens which can cause gastrointestinal issues. There's another question?
The percentage part.
The percentage, all right. The percentage for the pit latrines and the sewage?
Could you please explain the BOD process?
Okay, so the BOD, all right, let's go back to BOD. All right, so BOD is the 5-day method that is used, all right? So what they do is we collect a sample in these bottles that are airtight seal, all right? So after you collect the sample of water in these bottles, that same bottle that you're seeing on the screen here, we stop it, and so there's no more oxygen that can go in, and there are no bubbles in the water, right? So whatever oxygen is in there, that's just what's in there from what was collected, right? Now you bring it to the lab, you put the meter in, and you test you get the dissolved oxygen reading on the first day, all right? You get the dissolved oxygen reading on the first day. Now you will put it down, put it in the fridge, right, at an appropriate temperature, and what happens is that the microbes will start to do their thing and to use up the oxygen in there. Now on the 5 days afterwards, you'll take it out, you'll test the oxygen again, and you will take the difference, right, of the two values, and that is what's going to give you your BOD value. Now if the BOD value is high, it means that there was a lot of microbes in the water using up the oxygen, and it is indicating that there is some pollutant. If it is low, then you know that, okay, the amount that is in there is not so great, it is not significant, and so the oxygen depletion that may have happened is not indicating that there was a pollutant in there. All right? I hope that explains the process. Okay? Any other questions? That's it? All right, so we're going to have a video playing now that's going to show you how we collect samples in the field. Let's learn the basic water sampling techniques. There are many parameters that can be tested for water quality. Each parameter requires a unique way of collecting samples for testing. Let's take a look at how to collect water samples to be tested for the following parameters: fecal coliform bacteria, biochemical oxygen demand, nitrates, phosphates, suspended and dissolved solids. Water for bacteria testing is always collected first in a clean, sterilized bottle. Be careful not to touch the mouth or inside the cap of the bottle to prevent contamination as you dip once to collect your sample. No rinsing. Fill the bottle only to the shoulder so that the bacteria population can multiply for testing.
For biochemical oxygen demand, we ensure that we condition our bottles by rinsing 3 times before collecting the sample. This removes any residue which may have been left behind during the wash process. Carefully and slowly, invert the bottle underwater to reduce bubbles forming during the collection. We want an airtight seal to know exactly how much dissolved oxygen is present in the sample. Try not to collect the sample in turbulent areas, and always remember to fill the bottle all the way to the brim. Our third collection is water for testing nitrates, phosphates, suspended and dissolved solids. Like our biochemical oxygen demand sample, the bottle is rinsed 3 times in the body of water before collection of the final sample. Remember to always discard the rinsed water where it will flow away from the sample point. Here are some additional tips for successful sampling. After collecting your sample for biochemical oxygen demand testing, look to see if there are any bubbles in the bottle. To get rid of these bubbles, gently tap the sides and the mouth of the bottle, and this will cause the bubbles to float out to the top. And for a final tip, always remember, safety first, safety second, and safety third.
And we would like to say a big thank you to Mrs. Roden for that wonderful presentation. I do hope that everything that was said is clear as crystal. So a big thank you again to Mrs. Roden. Now, I'd asked 4 questions previously, and we do have some winners. So our winners are Roxanne Hilton, Kadian Brown, Marlene Palmer, and Gabrielle Harriott. So let me repeat. Roxanne Hilton, Kadian Brown, Marlena Palmer, my apologies about your name, and Gabrielle Harriott. So those are the 4 winners for the 4 questions asked previously. I ask that you WhatsApp the number in order to collect your prize, and the number is 876-552-4942. Just WhatsApp that number and you will be able to claim your prize. Now let me apologize for running behind time. I know that the presentations have been very informative and insightful, and you are learning, and I appreciate your presence online. Something that you should know though, if you do have questions, please remember, put them in the chat so that we can send them to our presenters for them to answer if there's any concerns, queries, or clarification. All right? So I know that I have you for a little while, and you might be saying, boy, this is so long, but I do have prizes for you. Now, if you're allowed to utilize your phones, I will be giving away 2 credits, 1 Digicel and 1 Flow. So, first credit I'm giving away is a Digicel. Get your phones out if you are allowed. If not, teachers, please, thank you. So, Digicel credit. Let's go. *121. Teachers, it's not for you. It's for the students. I see you. I see you putting up the phone. Please put it down. Let's go. 77997 4243 2330. And if you receive the credit, just put in the chat, win. Simple as that. If you want the credit, just ask the teacher, if it's a group of you, to just put win, and we'll acknowledge you. All right? Because we don't want to throw them away and they're not used. All right? So that was the Digicel credit giveaway. Flo, let's go. So again, teachers, please, if they can, you can allow them to claim these phone cards. Let's go, Flo. Star 121 star 63006 9598 14450. So again, if you have won these credits, just indicate in the chat, win. Again, thank you all for being online, and we appreciate you. We're going to move into our next presentation, which is about, anybody can guess? Remember, I'd gone through the program earlier. Yeah? We've gone through the program. Anybody can remind me about the presentation? Yes, whoever cried that one out, it is about coral reef. So it's Miss Janelle Brown. Now, Miss Janelle Brown is a dedicated individual with a profound background in marine biology. She graduated from the University of the West Indies with a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology and a minor in terrestrial and freshwater ecology. Currently, Ms. Brown serves as a coastal environmental officer at the National Environment and Planning Agency. Beyond academics achievement, Ms. Brown is an accomplished advanced open water scuba diver. That's a mouthful. Adding an hands-on perspective to environmental conservation. She has been a part of research carried out across Jamaica on topics such as water quality analysis within the North Coast, special fisheries conservation areas, along with various mangroves and coral reefs survey. What I'm telling about our presenters, big deal, experience. So put your hands together and welcome Miss Brown. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will just speak to you briefly about the status of Jamaica's reefs. I know we're a bit behind time. So the presentation will follow a general outline of coral biology, reef distribution. I'll look at the value of coral reefs, as well as their formation and degradation. And I'll talk to you a bit about the works, the coral reef monitoring works that we do here at NEPA. I'll talk to you about Coral Reef Health Index, the 2020 monitoring summary, as well as provide a comparison of the data. So a bit of general information. So corals are a part of the phylum Cnidaria, and they are similar to jellyfish as well as sea anemone. It is made up of a calcium carbonate skeleton with polyps that have nematocysts or stinging cells, as well as zooxanthellae, and these are photosynthetic symbiotic algae which live in the tentacles. And it is also important to note that the zooxanthellae is what gives the corals their vibrant colors that you see on the reef. They also contribute significantly to rich biodiversity and economic productivity, and they also provide a habitat and nursery for marine organisms, as well as act as barriers protecting the coastline from erosion and high energy waves which would occur when we have a hurricane or any other natural disasters along the coast. So this is a diagram just showing the coral polyps and how they're situated on the coral. So it's made up of hundreds of coral polyps that secrete a calcium carbonate skeleton. On the tentacles, we have the nematocyst and the zooxanthellae. So we have two main growth forms. So we have our hard corals or stony corals, and these are our main reef-building corals. They can be branching, encrusting, platy, or boulder-like, as well as soft corals. So these do not have calcium carbonate, and these are like your sea whips and your sea fans. So typically, we have coral reefs being distributed in our tropical and semi-tropical waters, and this is usually between our Tropic of Cancer and our Tropic of Capricorn. So coral reefs have a number of socio-economic values as well as ecological values, as they provide more than 1 billion people with resources for food, as well as source of income through activities related to fishing and tourism. The coral reef tourism contributes approximately 36 billion to global tourism industry annually, and 25% of marine life are supported by these coral reefs. So a healthy coral reef ecosystem reduces shoreline erosion by reducing coastal wave energy by about 97%. And doing so, they protect the coastal housing, agricultural lands, and beaches. So it is estimated that Jamaican coastline has about 1,240 kilometers square of coral reefs, and these are mainly fringing reefs or patchy fringing reefs. So in order for coral reef formation, we have a number of criteria that has to be met. So they need water temperature that is between 23 to 29 degrees Celsius. They need clear water with enough light penetration to facilitate photosynthesis of their zooxanthellae. They need water that is low in nutrients and low in sedimentation, so it's nice, clean water. We need water to be flowing and optimal pH, salinity of 32 to 42 parts per thousand. Parts per thousand is the units. Typical seawater pH between 8 to 8.4, and they're found down to a depth of 150 feet or 45 meters. And they also need smooth, stable surface for larval attachment. So corals are very sensitive organisms. So we have hard corals are very susceptible to diseases, changes in sea temperature and water quality. And when they experience these changes, they become stressed and respond by expelling their symbiotic algae and turn white. Remember, we said that the zooxanthellae or the symbiotic algae is what is present in the corals, and it gives them their color. So when they get stressed, expel, they remove, push out these algae, and they turn white. And this process is known as coral bleaching. So causes of coral degradation include sedimentation, increased sea surface temperatures, water pollution from improper waste disposal, physical damage from collision, anchor damage. Sometimes we have persons stepping on them, overharvesting or unsustainable fishing practices, diseases, and competition for space from invasive alien species, as well as marine and coastal development. So some of the consequences of coral reef destruction is a reduction in biodiversity. So we have less species being present in the area. We have decrease in seafood availability, reduction in beach maintenance and sand replenishment, increased coastal vulnerability to storm activity, increased flooding, and decrease in tourism appeal because there's not much to see. The reef is destroyed, all the fish are gone. A popular example that we use is Hellshire Beach. The area pretty much doesn't have a vibrant reef. It's pretty much destroyed, and as such we have nothing to break the waves at sea. So we have all these high energy waves impacting the coastline directly, and over time it erodes the sand. So we have a few measures put in place to reduce these impacts on coral reefs, and these include the implementation of marine protected areas and zoning. So these are areas where these are basically no fishing areas, so you cannot catch any fish in these areas. We have monitoring and enforcement to ensure that these guidelines are regulated and they're enforced. People are adhering to the rules. We have various projects such as reef restoration, coral gardening, as we see in the top picture on the right. We have the use of artificial reefs. We have the use of artificial reefs, invasive species control. We see a picture of the lionfish, disease treatment, and public education, as we're doing here today. So NEPA has a program where we go out and we assess the reefs along our coastline. And this is assessed in terms of the percentage live coral cover, the percentage of macroalgal cover, the biomass of fish, commercial and herbivorous fish. We also look at the extent of the reef. We look at water quality, as well as the percentage of these reefs that are within these protected areas. So the Coral Reef Health Index has 4 key indicators. As I mentioned, we use coral cover, macroalgal cover, herbivorous fish abundance, and commercially important fish abundance. So herbivorous fish would be fish like parrotfish, and commercially important fish would be like a snapper. So this Coral Reef Health Index is an effective method of tracking reef status and the health status on reef systems within various marine protected areas that we have monitored repeatedly. We also use this information to inform the implementation of adaptive management strategies for effective coral reef management. So in order to calculate Coral Reef Health Index, we carry out our reef checks, the data is processed, and at the end we end up with percentage coral cover, macroalgal cover, and the biomass for the herbivorous fish. We would use the index values. So for example, we assess a reef and we find that there was 45% coral cover. We'd look in the table, we'd find where 45 would lie, right there in bright green or dark green, sorry. And it would be very good. The value would be a 5, okay? We would do the same thing, macroalgal cover. We found that it was 20. We look in the table, that's a fair, it would get a value of 3. And we'll find the average. We do this for herbivorous fish and commercial fish, and then we'd find the average of all 4. And that's what would give you the Coral Reef Health Index. So based on monitoring, or the sites that we monitored for 2020, we found that 41% of the reefs along the Jamaican coast are poor, 36% is in critical condition, and 23% are fair. So this gives an overall Coral Reef Health Index of 2.0. And if we look in the Coral Reef Health Index at the side, the overall health of the reefs in Jamaica are poor. So just a breakdown of the sites that we did. 2020 monitoring locations, we had Boscobel Flats, Boscobel West, Sewage End, Sergeant Major, Airport Reef West. These had the best reef. They're fair. It's still not a good standing, but they're fair. We have majority of the sites being ranked as poor, while 36% was ranked critical. Only 23% of the reef sites assessed were ranked as fair. And the overall average index of 2.0 calculated for all sites for 2020 continues to point to Jamaica's reef being in poor condition, and it is consistent with rankings of previous years, which also indicate that there has been no real improvement in the overall health of the Jamaican reef system. And here we have a table comparing data over the years. So from our baseline study that was carried out in 2011, we saw hard coral, which was fair. In 2013 to 2018, they actually improved to a good standing. And 2019 to 2021, we saw that there is a reduction again. And the 2021 data shows that we have less coral coverage than in 2011. So for macroalgae or NIA, the percentage cover in 2011 was 51.10, which is poor. We had an improvement from 2013 downwards. It's fair now. Herbivorous fish and commercial fish biomass, it's all red. It's critical, so it moved from fair and poor to critical. So this can be an indication of overfishing or fishing of the resources before the fish is able to reproduce and produce more. So overall, over the years, from 2011 to 2021, the overall coral reef health index has been declining, and it's in poor standing. So should you require further information on the Coral Reef Health Index or Coral Reef data, this can be found on the NEPA website as well as the Sharon O'Connor website. The reports are provided there. Thank you.
All right, can we give Miss Brown a round of applause online? Can I get some emojis in the chat? Come on, man. Lovely. So as mentioned, we are a bit behind time, and we definitely want to get our last presenter in. So with no further ado, we will move into that presentation, after which I'll do some Q&As, and with that, we can see whether or not learning took place, and you will get your different prizes. Now, our final presenter of the day is Mrs. Kenisha Brown Russell. Mrs. Brown Russell has fulfilled many duties in the academic discipline of geography. She's currently the head of the Department of Geography and Dean of Academic Studies at the Camperdown High School, where she has been teaching for the past 17 years. She's also the president of the Geography Teachers Association and supervisor of the Cape SBAs for CXC. Over the years, Mrs. Russell has worked assiduously to improve the achievements of students in geography at both the CSEC and Cape levels. What did I tell you about our presenters being a big deal? Help me welcome Mrs. Russell. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that warm welcome. A pleasant afternoon to our online participants. And I just want to say a big shout out to our students that we have online, particularly our geography students, as well as to our teachers. I know at this time of the year, the struggle is real as it relates to quite a number of activities that we have to fulfill at this time. We have SBAs to mark, that's on us now. we have a syllabus to complete. And as you rightly said, we always try to encourage our students to do the very best. So I know at this time we are more than occupied with activities. All right, now to the NEPA team, I must say a big thank you for your ongoing fulfillment to making our students publicly aware as it relates to coral reefs and mangroves. And, just now I was just messaging my students to say that make sure you're listening, because coral reefs and mangroves was a topic that we just did. So by tomorrow, I'll be asking them what new was learned as it relates to the different presentations. I must also say too that the workshop that you have put on is not only limited to geography, but pollution is a big topic in environmental science. And as it relates to that, I know quite a number of schools undertake studies as it relates to pollution at different points, whether or not it's freshwater or coastal sites. They actually do try to determine the pollution levels in these areas. So I think the presentations thus far have actually, crossed a whole lot of boundaries in terms of the different subject areas, as well as the different researches that can be undertaken. All right, now, without further ado, allow me to just share my screen as we jump right into the SBA portion of the seminar. Now, as it relates to SBAs, I know from time to time the students find the task very daunting. Some of them think it's a waste of time, and they would just rather go into the exam and do the papers, the paper 1 and the paper 2, and leave out the SBA. But the SBAs overall provide so much avenues as it relates to knowledge. And one of the most important things is that you are able to go out in the field, choose a particular topic, and research on that topic and present your findings. It also encourages critical thinking skills, because you're able to identify and define problems that are suitable for field inquiry. So I don't want students to discount the importance of the SBA. Research is big business, and as the experts from NEPA pointed out, we are always undertaking different researches in the different fields. You're also able to draw conclusions with reference to the problems. So just by going out there to collect data, you can come up with your own conclusions. Lastly, it encourages social and research skills. Now, one of the things is that the SBAs encourage independent as well as group skills. And we know since the last few years, CXC has been encouraging group SBAs. So now we have 2 to 5 persons working in a group, and they are able to, sit down and put together a SBA from start to finish. So definitely the research is actually fulfilling that skill. It also allows students to give a balanced perspective of research outcomes, so that the student has confidence to advance opinions based on the findings. So imagine after doing the SBA, you're actually able to sell your research or sell your SBA to the NEPA team, because you are the one who actually sat down and you got the findings, you put the findings together, you put analysis together. You are actually able to, make that information public to persons who may find it interesting. And you're also able to recognize and acknowledge that these findings may differ from what was expected. So from time to time, you go out in the field and you may find different pieces of information that may not go in tandem with what you would have learned in the classroom. You have the opportunity to present something that is different from what you would have read or something that you would have studied previously. So the SBA, very much an important part of the different subjects that you're doing in school. Now, what is your target for that SBA? Now, I always say that, listen, CXC is giving you 40 marks. They're giving you 20% of that total as it relates to passing the subject. And you have to ensure that you get as close as possible to that 40 marks. So you don't want to go in the exam with 10%, given the fact that you produced the SBA that was mediocre, you want to reach as close as possible to that 20%. And it means that you must get as close as possible to that 40 marks. Now, as it relates to the SBA, you're actually writing a written report that contains 1,000 words. And when we talk about 1,000 words, we're looking at somewhere between 12 and 15 pages. 12 and 15 pages, depending on the amount of illustrations that you have in the project. All right, so 1,000 words, not much if you're getting into the analysis. However, we have to keep it as concise as possible so that we are not going over that word limit. Now, I know that we have different types of persons who are online, and we may have our 4th formers, we may have our 5th formers, we may have persons who have not yet started the SBA. But if it is that you are in grade 11 and you have not started the SBA, I won't say to you that you're in trouble, because I always say that, listen, it's not over until a fat lady sing. You have some time, and if you sit down right now and get started, I'm very certain that you can get that 40 marks. Now, the SBA contains quite a number of components. So very quickly, I'm going to go through those components and make an effort to go through the different sections that present somewhat of a problem to persons and the areas that may not get as much marks as we would have wanted. So as it relates to the different components in that SBA, and if you have started, you can, go through it and make sure you have the different sections as I go along. You should have a table of content, and that table of content is 1 mark. So from time to time, we tend to overlook that very important section, but it's the first area that you're getting a mark for. So you want to ensure that it is present. The introduction, that's another 2 marks. Your aim, that's another 2 marks. The location of study area, that's 4 marks. Your methodology would be getting 4 marks. Your presentation and analysis of data. Now, this is the bulk of the SBA. I always say that the sections that are before the presentation analysis of data is like the skin of the apple. But when you get to the presentation, now you're biting into the core, and this is where you're earning most of your marks. So 22 marks is basically geared towards a presentation and analysis of data. The conclusion is another 4 marks. Your bibliography is another mark, and another section that is very important, but there's no mark component per se, but very important is your appendix. All right. Now, so for the next few minutes, we'll be going through these areas, and what I intend to do is to show you areas where you actually have good examples, as well as some pitfalls or shortcomings to some of the SBAs that have been presented in the past. All right. Now, as it relates to that SBA, now one of the most important things that we can do is to select the topic. Very, very important exercise. And for me, the selection of the topic is what makes or break your project. So if you select a topic that is not in tandem with the syllabus, then without a doubt, you will get a mark that is less than favorable for your SBA. So one of the first things I encourage students to do is to ensure that the topic that is selected is on the syllabus. So grab your syllabus, go through and ensure that that topic that you have actually selected or carved out to do is actually a part of the syllabus. Now, something that is also very important is to ensure that the geographical area that you have selected is somewhere that is suitable and an area where you can actually collect adequate data. Very, very important. And lastly, are you able to write a research question that matches the objectives in the syllabus? Very important. Now, as soon as we are able to answer yes to all of these questions, then we can go ahead and start our SBA. But we must ensure that our SBA actually satisfy all of these parameters before we actually set out to write. Now, as it relates to the different topics, you have a wide cross-section to choose from. You have different parts of the syllabus. You have the natural systems, you have the human systems. So there are quite a number of topics that we can actually choose from. And I'm just presenting on the screen a few examples of topics that tend to be more common. So we have coastal and river processes and features in a particular area. We have population changes population changes where you are able to analyze dot maps, population pyramids, and choropleth maps of a particular location. You also have from the humanities section, or the human systems section rather, is industrial location, where you are actually analyzing locational factors of industries. And those industries includes fishing, forestry, bauxite, food processing. So these are the different industries that are selected in the syllabus. As it relates to industries as well, you have the latitude to choose the benefits and problems associated with these industries. And for all of these topics, you must be choosing a particular location, all right? Somewhere that is narrow enough to collect research. Some more topics that are suitable, and this comes from hazard. We'll be looking at the impact of a selected hazard in a particular location, as well as you can look at the responses of individuals, national and regional agencies to reduce the effects of hazards in a particular location. So very important. So as I said, after selecting the topic, you are now going to be trying to formulating your aim. Now, if it is that you select a topic and you're not able to sit down and actually create an aim that is direct and it allows for data collection, then you may have to go back to the drawing board. So for 2 marks, CSEC wants you to formulate an aim which clearly defines and focuses the study, and it is stated as a direct or implicit question. It is based on the syllabus, and it allows for collection of primary data. Very important. So for 2 marks, the aim must satisfy all of these criteria. Now, as it relates to the aim must be specific, as it describes the questions to be asked and answered during a field research. It includes descriptive terms such as identify, describe, discuss, observe, compare, and contrast. So as it relates to the aim, this is where you are formulating a question that is sort of like an action study. What is it that you want to do? You will be identifying, you'll be describing, you'll be discussing, you're comparing, you're contrasting. Now, some of the terms that we want you to stay away from is terms that are not very specific in terms of what you want to do. And those terms include investigate and explore. Now, investigate and explore are very wide verbs that cover a whole lot of things. It could be that you're describing, it could be that you're comparing, it could be that you're contrasting. So we want you to be as specific as possible as it relates to the writing of your aim. Lastly, your aim must include the study area. So after writing what you want to do as it relates to identifying, describing, comparing, and contrasting, you must attach the study area. So let us take a look at some aims that are satisfactory. All right, so this aim relates to locational factors affecting industries, and we have to identify and discuss the main factors influencing the location of the Grace Kennedy Processing Factory in Denby, Clarendon, Jamaica. All right, so let us take a look to see if this aim satisfies all the criteria. So 1, we have the action words there. So what will be done is to identify and discuss the main factors, and definitely we want to attach the location. So the Grace Kennedy Processing Factory there is located in Denby, Clarendon, Jamaica. And as geographers, we know important location is because we may have several different factories, Grace factories, and from time to time you find that the names of places too It pop up all over the country. And also you have similar names of places across the different Caribbean islands. So we have to be specific in terms of our location. All right, another aim that we can actually look at, and this relates to the hazards section of the syllabus. And for this aim, we're looking at analyzing the effectiveness of community members' response to flooding in Taylor Land, St. Thomas, Jamaica. So once again, you have something that is very specific. So you will be looking at how effective the community members are to flooding. And lastly, the location, the specific location is added. Just another one, and this comes from the natural system section. And here you want to look at coastal features. So the aim here is to identify and describe the coastal features formed along the White Horses coastline in St. Thomas, Jamaica. So all the aims presented here are suitable as it relates to the criteria set out in the syllabus. So if you have an aim that looks like this, then you can go ahead and give yourself 2 marks for the SBA so far. All right, now another section that tends to be overlooked. And a lot of times we are rushing the SBA and we leave the table of content for the last thing. And in doing so, we find that it's not properly done and you end up missing out on a mark. Now, for the table of content, you must accurately present it in the study. So you want to put the table of content after your title page. So you would have had your cover page, you have your title page. For those students who are in grade 11, you should have been writing up your strategy sheet. So your strategy sheet would have been following your title page. Thereafter, you would have had your table of content. All right, now if you look on the screen, you realize that for each section or each component of the SBA, you have a page number attached. And if that is done properly, if we look through the SBA and each component matches up with the page number, then you would have attained a mark here. Now, a lot of times we get SBAs with table of content looking like this. So the page is there that says table of contents, but as it relates to the page numbers, it is missing, or in some instances, you actually have the incorrect page number labeled. So when you look on page 6, for example, for location of study, what we have there is the methodology. So if there are inconsistencies as it relates to the page numbering, then you would have missed that mark. All right. Now, once again, if you look in SBA and you find that a table of content is matching up with those components of the SBA, then again, you can go ahead and give yourself another mark. All right, now we're moving along. Now, we are now at the introduction. Now, the introduction is where you are providing an overview of the study that you have selected. So this is a section that the persons who are reading should be able to determine what exactly you'll be doing. So, introduction gives a clear overview of the study, as well as there must be some reason or justification for selecting the study. Why is it that this study is of particular interest to you? Why have you embarked upon this topic? As well as the introduction must narrow the research to the area of study. So we just don't want to talk about, if it's a study on coastal features, we don't want to talk about coastal features in general. We don't want to talk about coastal features in Jamaica or all over Jamaica, but you want to narrow that information down to the area of study. All right, now we have on screen an example of the introduction. And in the first sentence there, it would have given you some insight as to what the topic is about, as well as some sort of justification as to why the study was done. So wave action is known to be relatively strong in this area, so it's likely to influence the development of coastal features over time. So based on this background, the students set out to investigate the nature of waves in this area and the impact it has on the coastline. So once again, there's some overview as it relates to the nature of the study, and there's some justification as to why the study was selected. And lastly, the area of study is presented in the introduction. I want to emphasize that the introduction is not a section that you want to go ahead and define terms. So please don't waste the time or waste energy to define what is a coastal feature, to define what is the coast, because this is not what you're asked to do. What you're supposed to be doing is to justify why you're doing the study, as well as to give an overview of what you're doing. All right, now this here is 2 marks. So once again, a very seemingly easy section to complete, but a lot of times we miss the mark in terms of what the requirements are. So take a look at your research, take a look at your SBA, and check to see if you have a justification as to why you're doing the study. And the justification doesn't relate to the fact that Miss tell it to do it or Miss choose a topic, so you have to do it. But you're thinking as a geographer, what is the reason for doing this study? All right. So there must be some sort of problem or something that you have identified in the field that have pushed you to undertake the study in the area. Now, the next section that we want to look on is the location of study. Now, as spatial scientists, we know how important it is to map our location. Now, for the purpose of the SBA, you have 2 maps that must be presented in the study. Now, for the first map, it is a map that showcases the territory that you're from. And in this case, it would be Jamaica. So you are trying to map Jamaica to the study area that you are presenting. So map 1 should include a large part or the entire Jamaica, highlighting the location of study in relation to a reference point. Now that reference point speaks to somewhere that is prominent in Jamaica, because remember, you have non-nationals that are reading your SBA. You have persons from Barbados, Trinidad, and all over the country, the different region, all over the region that is marking the SBA. So they may not necessarily be familiar with your study area. So this is the importance of your reference point. They would have known probably where Blue Mountain Peak is, and they would have known or heard about the capital city. So this is where you are trying to give the location of your study area in relation to these reference points. For map 2, you are giving a detailed site map of the study area and the characteristics of the immediate environment. And this environment, and this include the elevation of the area. So we're talking about the height. It includes the roads in the area, the water courses, the land use. Now, the site map would have been drawn on a larger scale. And by that, we mean 1 to 25,000 or 1 to 10,000. The first map would have been drawn on a much smaller scale because it encompasses a much larger area. So the scale would have been much smaller. Now, as geographers, we ought to know that all maps must include a title. It must include a key, a scale, a border, and the compass. If you miss out any of those key features, then you will not be getting the full marks. So you want to ensure that you have all of them listed. The maps must also be neat. It must be accurate. It must be colored using the appropriate symbols. Remember that when it comes to drawing maps, there are conventions as relates to maps in terms of the use of color and the symbol to be used. And most importantly, those symbols that you put on the map, it must match the key. The key must match the symbols that you place on the map. All right, so let's take a look at the different maps that we, oftentimes we present. All right, so this is an example of map 1. And if we look here, it says map of Jamaica showing study area. Now, one of the biggest issue with this map is that no reference area was included. So there's nothing to say that this is here is the capital city or here is Blue Mountain. So even though the study area is included on the map, there is nothing that will give you the relative location of that study area. So this map here would not have been given the full marks. All right, so once again, look back on your map to ensure that you have those reference points included. All right, here is another example. And again, a map that is nicely drawn, nicely titled. However, there's no reference point again, and the country capital is not correctly located. So sometimes we draw the map and we have not placed the labels in the correct position. All right, and if we look here, it says country capital, but we're not seeing that on the map at all. All right, so we have to be careful about where we put our labels. All right, now this is another example. And for this example, we actually have those reference points included. So the Norman Manley International Airport is there. It's a bit fuzzy, but it's right here. As well as there's another reference point here, which is Blue Mountain Peak. And for the intent of this SBA, the study area here is the Wagwater River. So the study area is highlighted in the key and the reference points are there. The scale is included, a border is included, there's a title, there's the key. So it's likely that this map would have been given the full marks. All right, now let's take a look at the map 2, which is supposed to be our site map. Now, this map is nicely colored, nice use of colors, and it is fairly neat. But the most important thing is missing from this site map, and that is the study area. So when you look on the map, everything is in place except the area of study that is to be undertaken. So there's nothing there to say that this is the study area. All right. Now we have to make sure that when we draw our maps, the study area is highlighted on it. This is another example that is correctly done. So we have here the map of the study area, and this is White Horses, St. Thomas, Jamaica. And on the map, in order to attain the full marks, as we said, you must include the study area. So the study area must be highlighted. You must have other features in the immediate environs, and this includes the land use. So there's some amount of land use there as it relates to cultivation and built up area. The roads are there, and as it relates to the roads, we must put on some sort of indication as to how to get to the study area. So when you're drawing your maps, it would be nice to include arrows that will indicate how to get to that study area, because remember I said that it's not every time that persons who are familiar that will be marking the SBA. So we have to ensure that we give precise locations. So we want to put on the arrows to show exactly where our study area is. And once again, a scale is important, the key is important, our border is important, and the compass is important. All right, another example that is nicely done. Again, you want to ensure that the map is neat. Everything is actually placed on the map, and those same symbols that are used on the map, it's in the key, and you actually have the study area highlighted. All right, now this is the section of the SBA that takes some patience. It may require you to produce more than one draft of the study area, but go ahead, take your time so that you're not doing it over and over, and apply the conventions as it relates to the maps. Now, if both maps are done satisfactorily, then you would have actually gotten 4 marks for this section. All right, so you don't want to rush it at all. You want to ensure that everything is done in order to get those 4 marks. Now, the next section that we want to look at, and this is a section that I think for the most part we score most of the marks, if not all, and this is the methodology. So you are focusing on 3 simple questions here. Where will the data be collected, when, and how will it be collected? Now, in order to get that 4 marks, you must have a clear statement on how the data was collected. And very, very important is an example of the instrument that you use. Now, for persons who would have undertaken a study that relates to the natural systems section of the syllabus, it means that you must include the data record sheet. So we're talking about that instrument that you would have gone out in the field to actually write on. If it's something from the human section, then you would have had to include that as well. And so, for example, you would have used a questionnaire. It is very important for you to include a copy of the questionnaire in the appendix. So the appendix is actually tied to the methodology. All right. Now, both instruments would actually be given a brief outline of how observations were made and how tests were done. So very important. Now, as it relates to the methodology, you want to ensure that you make reference to not only your primary data, but also your secondary data, because both of them constitutes the study. And you must also give a precise location of the study area. You also want to ensure that those methods that you use in the field, they are presented in a sequential manner. Just to look at an example as it relates to the methodology. So once again, in this section here, we actually have when the study was actually collected, when the primary data was collected, and as it relates to the natural system section or the natural topics, it's very important for you to include the time of day that data collection takes place, because we know how information can vary. So for example, if you're doing something on the course, it's very likely that those measurements may vary over time. So you have to include the time. You also must include where is it that this study was actually undertaken. And thereafter, you go ahead to describe your how. What did you do in order to gather the information? Now, as I said previously, the instruments that you used for the study must be included in the appendix. So if it's a questionnaire, go ahead, get a copy of the questionnaire and make sure that you include it at the end of the study. The same applies to the natural systems section, or those topics that are that relate to the physical aspect of the syllabus. You must ensure that you have a copy of the data sheet in the appendix. Now, onto the section that gives you the most marks. And as I said, I call it the core, the SBA. This is where you're picking up most of your marks. Now, firstly, the SBA in this section constitutes quite a bit. So we're talking about illustrations. I think somebody has their mic on. All right, so we're actually talking about the illustrations that are used in the study. We are also making reference to how well these illustrations are actually integrated. Now, as it relates to the illustrations, the SBA demands that you have at least 2 types of illustrations. So we're talking about a table, a chart, photograph, sketches, maps. Any 2 can be used for your SBA. So you want to show that, you have some sort of variety as it relates to the illustrations that you have presented. Most important, the illustrations must be relevant to the study that you're doing. The photographs and the sketches, they must be labeled properly. They must be annotated, so you can't have them just sitting in the SBA just like that without any labels. All the labels must be included. And if it is that you have used pie charts, line graphs, bar graphs, histograms, they must have a title. The axes must be labeled. There must be a key. And in cases where you probably would have gotten the information from somewhere, like from some secondary source, you must include a source. Now, let's go ahead and look at some examples as it relates to those illustrations that can be used. So here we have an example of a photograph that was taken out in the field. As I said, these photographs must be labeled in order to highlight what you are describing. Very, very important. You can't have the photograph just sitting in the SBA like that. So you must have some labels pointing to the different areas that you would have been describing. Very, very important is that you must integrate those illustrations. So if you look here, you would have seen C plate 2. Now, in order to get full marks, you must make a reference to all the illustrations that you would have included in the study. So plate 2 must be somewhere in the body of the SBA, as well as you must have a caption at the bottom to indicate that this is plate 2. So in this example here, you would have seen plate 2 showing features of the river at site 1. So for all the illustrations that are presented, you must make reference, and that reference or integration gets 2 marks. And you must ensure that all the reference that you made, it matches up to the number for the illustration that you have presented. So we don't want to call it plate 3 when in fact it's actually plate 2. The axes must be labeled. And we're going to go ahead now and look on some of the illustrations that we tend to present sometimes, and it actually doesn't include all the things that you're supposed to. So this is a pie chart. Oftentimes we present pie charts in the study that has no labels. So we have to go ahead and label the pie chart with the appropriate sections or headings. So the percentage must be placed on the pie, and there must be a key indicating what each section of the pie relates to. I spoke too about the relevance of some illustrations as well. Now, a lot of times we put illustrations in the study. I don't know if it's to pack it up or as you would say, as students would say, make the SBA look enough. We really don't want that. So in situations like this, where you actually, you did a questionnaire and you found that everybody responded yes to a particular question, there is absolutely no need for you to present that. Remember, the pie chart is where you actually, present a variety of different responses. So if everybody say yes, there's no need to present that at all. So you don't want to show a pie or show a circle in this case as it relates to the responses. Not necessary at all. I remember we're getting marks for relevance. Now, as it relates to the bar graphs and the histograms, many times we present bar graphs such as the one that is shown on the screen. There's no labeling of the axis. So the y-axis over here is not labeled. The x-axis down here is not labeled, and there's no title. So for all those illustrations that you have included in the study, you have to make sure that you have everything nicely labeled up. So there must be a title, there must be labels on the axis in order to get the full marks. All right, and again, there must be a caption as it relates to the illustration so that you can make a reference to it in the SBA. So this here is saying figure 3, showing number of males and females. So somewhere in the SBA, we must be seeing reference made to figure 3. Again, some poor examples of illustrations. Again, this is a photograph. There's no labels, but presented. And again, we want proper labels, proper annotations for the different photographs that we present in the study. Now, one of the things we really don't get marks for is the copying secondary sources. Now, many times we present studies with illustrations that don't belong to us. And even worse, sometimes we don't credit the author or the source. And in cases where you actually present our copy, secondary sources, you wouldn't get a mark for it at all. So don't bother. Take copies or illustrations from the different textbooks or from the internet and present it as your own. You would not be getting any mark for it. We want things that belong to you. Illustrations, photographs that you did. Now, the next part of the presentation of data relates to the analysis. And this is a section where you are now making some sort of sense out of the SBA. What's the data saying? What are the trends? What are the patterns? How does this relate to the secondary information or the literature that you would have read before? So this is the section that you are really putting your thoughts into the SBA. And for 8 marks, you want to ensure that what you have is very well organized, it is coherent, the points are well developed, they're well sequenced, and supported by comprehensive data. The next part of it too, as I would have mentioned previously, is that you must ensure that you have made reference to all the illustrations. That's another 2 marks. The quality of data that you have presented is another 4 marks. So you want to ensure that all the information that you have presented, it's accurate, it's appropriate, and it's relevant. And the analysis of data, much of it has to do with the use of grammar, the use of the different geographical terms. You want to ensure that is done for the full marks, which is 4 marks. So quite a bit of marks here to get. Now, the approach that is preferred as it relates to the analysis, the presentation and analysis of data, is the use of subheadings. And it gives you an opportunity to, narrow your SBA into different sections so that it doesn't get too long-winded. So the information that you have, the information that you have collected, ensure that you use subheadings throughout in order to guide you. So if it is a study on coastal features, for example, and you're looking at the human and the physical factors influencing the formation of the features, then go ahead and use appropriate subheadings so that you can organize the information as best as possible. Now, here's an example of how you are supposed to integrate the illustrations that you have with the explanation or the analysis that you have. So you want to ensure that everything is nicely interwoven. Whatever illustration you have, try to place it as close as possible to where you have actually described it. So you don't want to put information on page 10 and you're skipping 2-3 pages down in order to get to what the illustration is. So place them as close as possible. So in a lot of cases, you may have to kind of rearrange the SBA so that it flows as best as possible. So again, examples where you actually, discuss the information that you have and you integrate that with your illustrations. Here's another example. So again, you have your subheading, and beneath that subheading, you are putting all the information that relates to it. And once again, you're ensuring that illustrations that you have is well integrated into that section. All right, so on the page here, we actually have physical factors, and this relates to the location of the cement plant. So you're putting right here the different annotation and the location of the cement plant, and most importantly, you're providing a caption at the bottom here to say which illustration it is. And in this case, a source was given. So this image here was taken from Google Earth. So you want to put that there. All right, another example, giving you a whole heap of examples this afternoon so that you know exactly what to do when you go offline. You have, again, your image, your illustration, and in this case, the source was given, but here there should have been a caption too, as it relates to where exactly this the illustration is referencing. So this should have said location 2 at so and so. The source is given, yes, but definitely we want the caption here to say exactly where this was taken. And again, your information as relates to the illustration is placed alongside the photograph. Now, as I said, the presentation and the data analysis is a section that give a lot of trouble, and it's the section where you actually have to do drafts upon top of drafts to get it right. So sit down with the SBA, ensure that you have as much secondary data around so that you can map the data that you got into the field with the information that you have in the text. And what you're doing is to sort of compare and contrast the two so that you have a discussion that is sound and one that is coherent so that you can get that full mark. Now, the last bit of the SBA is the conclusion. And if you have gotten to this section of the SBA, then you can breathe a sigh of relief, because it means that you are almost finished with the SBA and you only have a few more marks to go. So for the conclusion, we don't want to spoil up things. We still want to ensure that we get the full 4 marks. So this is where you're giving a brief summary of the main points of your research. Your points must be related to your aim. So this is where now you need to look back at your aim, and you are concluding based on that aim that you have at the beginning of the study. You can include any solutions you have, as well as any limitations that you would have come across in your studies. So anything that you want to improve upon as it relates to the study area, this is the area that you actually get the opportunity to do so. So for the conclusion, 2 things that is necessary. 1, you're providing a summary of all the data, the information that you have. And 2, you're giving some sort of solutions, limitation, or recommendation as it relates to the SBA, the study. Now, one of the most common conclusions that I've seen is to say that the aim was achieved, or the SBA was a success. Now, these statements would not give you a mark at all, because what you are actually doing is to sum up all the information that you would have collected and, make your final statements as it relates to such information. So here's an example, and this example relates to the fluvial section of the syllabus. So we're looking at fluvial features here. And as a summative statement, we have the study indicates the many changes of the fluvial features along a river's course. These changes are most likely the result of the river's channels, primary fluvial processes. So if we read further, you realize that the information here sums up everything that would have been placed in the study. And the main points that would have been highlighted. So if we continue to read, we realize that we're just giving the main points as it relates to the information. Another example here, and again, the main points are highlighted. So this would have been in relation to the different factors influencing the location of the plant. And again, the different factors are nicely summed up, and we are ensuring that some sort of recommendation is actually made to the study. What is it that you hope to do with the study? What recommendations will you give as it relates to the study? So you're putting your own conclusion to the information that you have actually collected. Now, the last section that has a weighting in terms of mark is the bibliography. Very, very important section, because this is where now we actually give credit to the secondary sources that we use in the study. So remember, in the analysis of data, we would have drawn information from online sources, from our textbooks. This is where now we must give credit to that information. So the bibliography is very, very important. Now, there are different formats that is still accepted as it relates to the bib. So we have the MLA or the APA format that is perfectly accepted, and as it relates to the two formats, you must make sure that you follow the proper convention in terms of writing those sources. Now, those sources may include the websites, the different websites, the maps, the newspaper clippings, the textbooks that you have used. Now, we have an example here as it relates to a bibliography that was presented, and you have the use of texts that are cited first, and we must ensure that the texts are cited in alpha order. So we have Guinness first, and in this case, Paul Guinness, the geographer for CSEC, would have had several authors, and in this case, we would have preceded the last name with et al. Then we actually have our title, and the title is supposed to be underlined, geography for CSEC. And then you would have had the publisher's name, the place of publication, and the year of publication. So ensure that you have all the books that you have used in alphabetical order, and included is the title, the publisher, the place of publication, and the date of publication. Also referenced here are the sheet maps that would have been integral to the study. And in this case, we have Rio Grande, Portland, Jamaica, 1 to 25,000 sheet, 10, 1990. So that's a sheet, that's a topographic sheet map that was actually used. Another source here that has been cited is the watershed map, and it was taken from an online source. So in this case, you are actually supposed to provide the name of the organization that you got the map from, the URL, which is the link, and the date that you actually access the information. So quite a bit of our information from time to time tend to come from online sources. Very important for us to include the title, if there is one, the URL link, as well as the date that it was accessed. Lastly, we have the appendix. Now, as I said previously, this section would have been tied to your methodology, not a section that has a weighting to it. However, in order to get the full marks for the methodology, you must have an appendix. And just to emphasize, this is a section that has your instrument that you would have used out in your field. So it would have been your questionnaire, your interview schedule, any data sheet that you would have actually used when you were collecting data out in the field. All right, now my final words for you is that we are in February, and I know that the pressure is on to complete the different SBAs. However, you have time to get it done. And in order to, be as effective as possible as it relates to completion, I always suggest that you assign a task to each group member. Use the different collaborative tools like Google Docs in order to have everybody working on the SBA at the same time. And most importantly, set deadlines. Ensure that whatever you seek to do within a given period of time, you actually fulfill that. And most importantly, ensure that whatever you are doing is in line with the mark scheme that is in the syllabus. So if you have a syllabus, get the syllabus, or you can actually find it online. And when you are done with the final project, just go through that syllabus that has the SBA section and check to ensure that whatever you have is in line with the maximum marks for each component of the SBA. All right, and so those are my final words. And I always say that once you come on to the SBA, one of the hardest things is to get started. So if you haven't started today, then I encourage you to quit talking and begin doing. All right, you have just about a month to go before submission of those SBAs. So you want to ensure that you get cracking. All right. If there are any further questions, I will be most happy to take them and so that I can respond. And if not, on the screen is my email address. I know that you have very capable teachers who are guiding the SBA, but if you want a fresh eye in terms of reading and, you know, providing some sort of feedback, my email address is there. So you can go ahead, send me an email, and I will provide some sort of feedback in terms of what you're doing. All right, so thank you so much for staying online with me. I know that it has been a long morning, but I can assure you that if you follow all the different guidelines that you have been given as it relates to each component of the SBA, no doubt you will be walking away with that 40 marks that is intended for that SBA. All right, thank you so much for having me.
This is your opportunity to ask Mrs. Russell any question. This is the expert within the field. This is the one who assists with the grading of the papers. Ask your questions. Our email address was previously on the screen. However, this is your opportunity to ask teachers, students, ask away. We're giving you about a minute. Put your questions in the chat, and Mrs. Russell is here to respond. Any questions? Any questions? I'm assuming that we're all going to get ones. Look here, don't waste my money. I know my money, I'm just messing with you. But I'm saying we're all aiming for ones, remember, nothing less. So if outside of this webinar, you want to reach out to Mrs. Russell, her email address is online. And also, just to inform you that this webinar will be uploaded to NEPA's YouTube page, which is NEPA Jamaica on YouTube. Again, the recording from the webinar will be uploaded to NEPA's YouTube page, which is NEPA Jamaica on YouTube. Any questions? Any in the chat? All right. So thank you so much, Mrs. Russell. I do hope that if we weren't writing, we were taking pictures of our presentation, and also hoping to reach out to her to provide that technical expertise that is necessary for you to get that one in the SBA. Now, we're almost at the end of our webinar, and I thank you so much for those who are still online and those who participated. Now, I do have some giveaways left, and I don't just want to end the webinar and, everybody never get an opportunity to win something. So, Mrs. Roden and Miss Brown would have presented on two important areas: water quality as well as coral reef. Now, as I have been doing, I'm asking two questions from each area, and I'm looking for the correct answer. The very first correct answer, that is what I will be taking. So, ready up your hands for those who are online. Ready, ready, ready? So from Mrs. Roden's presentation, she would have stated some valuable information. As I said, these are experts within their field. So first question, and we're only giving about 2 minutes for you to shoot your answer in the chat and for us to say, yeah, you're the winner or not. So the first question is, what is the WHO standard set for fecal matter testing? what is the WHO, it's not WHO, but it's WHO, which is World Health Organization, standard set for fecal matter testing? That's the first one. So can I get some responses? And it's the first correct response that will win the prize. All right? The next question is, how many percentage of persons worldwide, rely on latrines? So remember, she would have made it specific to Jamaica in terms of her study. But then she went wide. And in going wide, she would have given some figures. Now, from that figure, I want to know how many percentage of persons still rely on latrines. So those are the two questions. Any response in the chat just yet? All right. Correct responses. Who with the first response? Akia Smith. What is her response? Yeah, 100 M. No. There's another part to it before we reach the ML. So Akia, fix up and come back. Any other responses? So again, so the question is, what is the WHO standard set for fecal matter testing? And question 2 is, how many percentage of persons worldwide still rely on latrines? No. So if you're giving 70, no, we're far off. If you're giving 60, no, we're far off. So come guys, remember that I tell you to take notes, you know. Take notes, take pictures of the presentation, because when it comes on to our giveaways, we want to give you the prize, but we can't give you for incorrect answers. All right? So, we don't have any winners? Any correct answers? Boy, guys, it made me wonder if you were really listening. All right. If you still want to respond, you can, and then we'll check the chat. Remember that the WhatsApp number is 5524942. So the next question that is from Miss Brown's presentation from Coral Reef would be 1. What gives the coral reef their colors? She said a very specific word. And let me say this. The word is more than 2 syllables. So if you're going to give me like a short version of the word, that's not what I want. I'm looking for the word that she says. No, you see the comment of lift tongue? No disrespect to anybody with lift tongue. I am not going to even try to pronounce the word. But you can type the word in the chat, and if it is correct, then you will win the prize. And the second question from Miss Brown's presentation would be, what happens when corals are stressed? She mentioned it, and I think to some extent you are aware of that, because if we're going through, you know, these subject areas, it is something that you should be aware of. Yeah? So the question for the first question, would be, what gives the coral reefs their color? And then the second one would be, what happens when coral reefs are stressed? So we're waiting for the answers in the chat. Come on, guys. Don't shame me. Don't shame me. Maybe no, say you were participating, you were reading along, you were taking pictures, you were ensuring that you were collecting notes. Do we have any correct answers? What gives the coral reefs the color? Felicia Miller. All right, Felicia, we heard that you win something. Just reach out to the WhatsApp number, which is 876-552-4942. Felicia, you will get your prize. Any other winners? Remember, the next question is, what happens when corals are stressed? And Miss Brown, definitely, I remembered it. I was like, this is easy. Easy, yeah? Oh, get that. That's so beautiful. Tawana. I heard that you got it correct. The question that asks, what is the WHO standard set for fecal matter testing? So it is 100 mpn/100 ml. That's the correct one. So the person who stated that 100 ml, that was incomplete. So as a result of that, I could not have given you the prize for that. So it's 100 mpn/100 ml. And that's the correct. All right. Tawana, you'll get your prize. Please WhatsApp the number 876-552-4942. All right? So, guys, what a wonderful day. What a wonderful day. I'm still waiting on the other answers to come in because we have a ton load of prize and we want you to win the prizes. So before you log off, if you choose to answer, maybe you can win something same way, maybe not, but you never know. But I must say that we are at the end of our day's proceeding. Wanna did have fun? Wanna learn something? Let me know in the chat. But I am very excited for those who stayed the course of the day with us, those who participated, those who answered and asked questions. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Continue making notes. Continue reaching out, especially to our Sharon O'Connor Documentation Centre. That was one of the questions that I asked. How can you reach out? WhatsApp. You can WhatsApp this number that I've been sharing with you. You can email, you can come by NEPA. Reach out to us on all social media platforms. Please, 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 we want to help you with the resources that you need. So don't forget to reach out to us. We are going to also ask of you to complete an evaluation of the day's proceeding. So we'll ask about the different presentation, whether they made sense, whether, probably we can look at other topic areas at the next CSEC webinar, or is there something that we need to do different? We prize your participation and your feedback, so I'm asking you to respond. One last thing, this recording of our CSEC webinar will be uploaded to our YouTube page, which is NEPA Jamaica. Again, our YouTube page, which is NEPA Jamaica. So if you missed anything, if anything was unclear to you, I'm just asking you to visit our YouTube page in short order, and you will see our recordings. I'm thankful. I'm thankful that the day has ended, and it has ended on a lovely, beautiful, beautiful page. When me tell you, I'm glad that you come out for this and you participated. I am happy. With that said, thank you for your time and your energy. Do have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.